and our judiciary is number one in this race. And we need certain guidelines for the fundamentals cluster. And here is our opportunity to exchange opinions on the basic findings of the roadmaps and just how comprehensive they might be. Perhaps there's something missing, and we can also plan for something beyond the roadmaps, another reforms or channels of reforms. So here is the opportunity to exchange opinions on the essence of and the contents of those roadmaps, the principal stages in our progress towards the European Union. And this event precedes, basically, we are on the, well, in a fortnight, 3 weeks, we'll have another URC, Ukraine Recovery Conference, this time in Rome, where we will discuss the European progress for Ukraine and support for Ukraine after the full-scale aggression started. And we can discuss all these issues and prepare this platform, our vision as members of the civil society, the way we see URC 2025 road. And here is our opportunity to do it fruitfully in a friendly but productive fashion. Thank you.
Дякуємо дуже вам за вступне слово.
Thank you, Mr. Koleushka, for your introductory speech. We have great news. Head of the board, Igor Koleushka, is 60 today, and we would like to greet you on this occasion. Many happy returns of the day. Thank you for being an excellent leader and contributed to development of European and Ukrainian democracy and the rule of law in Ukraine. This is an occasion for applause. Thank you very much. Thanks for the greetings, but that was a provocation. We'll discuss that at the board meeting.
Друзі, для нас надзвичайно цінно сьогодні вас всіх тут зібрати.
Well, it's a great opportunity for us to get together and arrange for the activities which will be useful and unite all the stakeholders for the purpose of successful Ukrainian integration into Europe. So use the QR code that is offered that you can see here, and we would like you to use the link and have a short quiz. Just 4 very short questions, so that by next time we're able to provide you with a more useful and precise information. Catering to your needs, we would like to thank the technicians who arranged for this link. Meanwhile, I would like to announce the first panel that should start the essential parts of our forum. You have the first cluster and opening Oleg Nicholson, ambassador of Denmark, and Olga Lemar, leader of the Animation Reform Package. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I suggest to organize this public talk in English, considering that we both know English, and if you need simultaneous translation, please take headphones. Thank you, Your Excellency. I think on behalf of all civil society and Ukrainian people in general, thank you for Denmark for political and military support. on our path to returning to the family of European countries. It's extremely important for us, and it's especially important in the long-term perspective of strengthening Ukraine and Denmark's partnership. And very soon, on July 1st, the Denmark presidency in the Council of European Union starts. And I would like to start on your vision of Denmark's priorities in this presidency, especially in the context of EU enlargement and, of course, the perspective of Ukraine's future membership in the European Union.
This is working. Thank you very much indeed. I'm very pleased to be in this fantastic setting. It's I think very symbolic that we meet in this super modern environment. I think that's a symbolic sign of where Ukraine is moving. And I also, when I was preparing myself, I was fascinated by the title of your conference. What is this about? Going through reforms to the stars. And then I realized that this is, of course, the stars are a symbol of EU membership, and it is indeed through reforms that you will reach that point. And let me just, from the very beginning, assure you that Denmark will be very, very supportive in this process. You alluded to what we are doing in general. Let me just mention that the main thing we are doing in Ukraine is not political support. I'm always saying we're doing three things in Ukraine. We're doing weapons, weapons, and weapons, because without weapons, Ukraine will not be able to survive as a free and sovereign nation. And then it doesn't matter with reform, then there's no sovereignty and no political space for further development. So that's number one. And of course, it's an exaggeration, but if you look at the figures, 90% of Denmark's support for Ukraine is weapons and defense equipment. So that's the core of our support, and it has been like that from the very beginning. And we are using, as you know, the so-called Danish model for defense procurement, where we are basically financing the acquisition of weapons and defense equipment directly from Ukrainian producers, because that's a very, very efficient way of doing things. But and in terms of numbers, I was just, when I was preparing myself, checking the latest figures. Denmark's support for Ukraine since the full-scale Russian aggression amounts to almost 10 billion euro. 10 billion euro. Out of that, 9 billion is for weapons and defense equipment. And in terms of the total volume, Denmark is per capita one of the biggest and strongest supporters of Ukraine. And I can assure you this is going to continue. But we're also doing important civilian things. As you might know, we have adopted the province and the city of Mykolaiv in the south for reconstruction. There are people saying, look, we cannot do any reconstruction until there's peace. This is not our approach. We have been active in the frontline city and the frontline province since 2022, when things were not very easy. So in certain areas, we take our own course, and this is also the case when it comes to EU accession. Because, and let me just mention that the good thing of being Denmark's ambassador, there are many good things about that, but it's very easy in the sense that it's not only our government and our parliament. Our parliament is totally united on support for Ukraine. This is, whenever we have lawmakers coming here from different parties, they're always saying, look, on many issues we are in disagreement, but on Ukraine we are exactly on the same page. And this applies to our support for Denmark, for Ukraine's EU membership. And I was checking the opinion polls, because what are Danes thinking about Ukraine's EU accession? And I can tell you it's record high. 72% of Danes are supportive. And if you look at the EU average, it's about 60. So Danes are way above in terms of public support. So, and there are no fear of Ukrainians coming to Denmark, as was the case back in the 90s, when when the last EU enlargement took place, there was a lot of fear and apprehension about the labor market implications, what would happen. But we have about 35,000 Ukrainians who have sought refuge in Denmark, and they're very, very well integrated. Most of them are on the labor market, so Danes have no fear of having Ukrainians on our labor market. They're more than welcome. But of course, Danes also see this in a geopolitical context, and we know that having Ukraine as an EU member will add to our own security, because you're fighting the same enemy that we might be facing one day. So you can expect Denmark to take a very active role in terms of promoting EU and enlargement in general, and in particular Ukraine's EU membership, as we assume the presidency of the European Union a couple of weeks from now. And this is not something new, because Denmark has been an EU enlargement pioneer also back in the 90s. You've all heard about the Copenhagen criteria. They were adopted in 1993. I was actually present on that occasion, not in any prominent role. I was in charge of having paper in the photocopiers and stuff like that, but that's also part of it. So I'm not one of the founding fathers, but I still remember this memorable meeting. And Danes are proud that our capital gave the name to the standard that are still the benchmark for any EU candidate countries. And Danes are equally proud that our capital was, by coincidence, the venue for the European Council in 2002 that confirmed the Big Bang expansion that led our friends from Poland, the Baltic states, the Czech Republic, and Slovakia and Cyprus into the European Union in 2004. And we have seen, and Danes have seen, that this has been a tremendous advantage for us. Now we have a strong, prosperous Poland and Baltic states just across the Baltic Sea. It has been an economic miracle, and this has benefited Denmark as well. So Danes are not afraid of having Ukraine as a new member or other member state. They know that this is to our advantage. So Denmark is strongly in favor of EU enlargement, and we have, as I said, a proud legacy to live up to, and we'll do our utmost to do that. And as you probably know, Denmark has called for the opening of all clusters in 2025. Our Minister for European Affairs, Marie Bjerre, was here recently. She's a great friend of Denmark, of Ukraine, I can tell you, and she has made it clear that she will put all her efforts into this vision of opening all clusters. But as you know, it's not up to Denmark alone. It's not up to the presidency alone. It depends on all member states, and it depends on the Commission, of course. And we all know the situation in the Council. And what we see with the current blocking of the opening of Cluster 1 is, of course, very frustrating. It's frustrating for Ukraine. It's frustrating for us. And we will do whatever we can to unblock that process. And our Minister for European Affairs has traveled to all EU capitals over the last couple of months, including to your neighboring country, to try to do what she could in order to unblock this blocking. And Denmark has also joined the initiative led by Germany and Slovenia to increase the use of qualified voting in the enlargement process. And in this way, bilateral issues would not have an impact, or have less impact on the negotiations. But that will not help in the short run. That would take time before such a decision can be taken. So what to do in the meantime? You probably know that, and we don't have the Commission. Are they on the EU Commission is not here this morning because they are no. So let me just say that together with the Commission, the EU Commission and other member states, Denmark is looking into whether the process with Ukraine could continue as a purely technical process that would bring Ukraine forward despite the blocking in the Council. Because that would have a big advantage. Once the blocking will disappear, Ukraine is up to speed, and it would be a question of formalizing decisions that have been taken in at the more technical level. And we don't know if that's going to work. This is a work in progress. I was reading as late as last night the latest reports from Brussels in terms of how this could move forward. So this is probably the way that is possible, but whether it's going to work, we don't know. We'll do our utmost. That's the thing that I can assure you this morning. But what can Ukraine do in this situation? Because I think that's probably the crucial question. The best thing Ukraine can do in this situation is, of course, to continue the reform process at full speed with all your power, with all your determination, because that would send a very strong signal to both European public opinion, but also European leaders that you are continuing despite the blocking that we are seeing. And I think that this will be my main message this morning. Do whatever you can in terms of continue the process, because that will be very, very important for the next steps to come. So by rigorously implementing reforms, Ukraine can still move forward in the process, and once there is a political situation that allows it, decisions and progress can be confirmed at the political level. So I think the driving force for progress will be Ukraine's continued commitment and hard work in line with the merit-based process that is the basis for EU membership. And we should not lower the bar, even though that there are strong geopolitical reasons for having Ukraine on board as quickly as possible. We should not lower the bar because the standards are set in stone in the Copenhagen criteria and in the EU legislation. What we should do at the same time is to help and assist Ukraine living up to the standards, and that is what Denmark is doing. Denmark has joined the Ukraine to EU program, and I'm looking for Amanda. I don't see her in the room from the Ukraine to EU program that is being implemented by our friends from Lithuania in a delegated partnership with the EU Commission, with Sweden and with Denmark. And this is kind of a pre-accession program that is well-funded, and it is inspired of what we did back in the 90s when the Baltic states were EU accession countries. We had a pre-accession program that assisted the Baltic states in living up to the key to the EU legislation. And I find it highly symbolic and very positive that now the next generation is Lithuania helping Ukraine getting over the hurdle. And they are in a much better position to do that because they have been through this recently. They have civil servants in active service who did that. We joined way back in '93, so there's nobody still working. But the Lithuanians have a very good basis for doing that. So it's a technical program, and I would really encourage the civic society of Ukraine to talk to the Lithuanian led program, Ukraine to EU, because I think they can also support your activities in that respect. We also assisting Ukraine in another way to live up to the Copenhagen criteria. Denmark is implementing the European anti-corruption program, and of course, the Copenhagen criteria are crystal clear when it comes to strong institutions, non-corrupt institutions. So that will be a very clear benchmark. So Denmark is implementing the European anti-corruption program in a delegated partnership with the EU Commission. And this is, of course, also an area where I can only urge Ukraine to make as much progress, as much tangible progress while we are waiting for the EU accession process to be unblocked. And there's one thing that I will also draw your attention to, that is the economic Copenhagen criteria. There's a lot of focus on the political criteria. You all know them: democracy, human rights, respect for the rights of minorities, etc. But there's also a very important economic criteria. It's basically saying that EU candidate countries should be able to face the competitive pressures of the internal market. And I can tell you the internal market is a very, very brutal place. Competition is fierce. It's a huge market, 300 million people almost. And competition in all sectors is very, very fierce. And what we saw back in the last Big Bang expansion was that it was not all the member states that the new entrants that had prepared their own private sector for this fierce competition. In certain countries, I served in Poland before I came here, and I remember that, for instance, in certain industries, competition was so fierce that Polish retailing, for instance, Polish retailers, they were wiped out of the market because suddenly there were, Danish retailers, German, French, who were very, very efficient. So this is something that Ukraine can also do at this point. Do your utmost to prepare your private sector for the fierce competition that they will be facing. And we are ready to help in that process, and that will in many ways be good for Ukraine. So let me conclude that there are many challenges ahead, and when it comes to Ukraine's EU accession and the broader enlargement process. But I'm sure that Ukraine will show the same resilience as you are showing on the battlefield when it comes to the EU accession process. And let us not forget that there will be many bumps on the road, and I still remember that from the Big Bang enlargement that I was witnessing back in the late 90s. There were all kinds of doomsday scenario. There were farmers even in my own country say this will be the end of farming in Denmark. Suddenly there will be Polish farmers that will be much more efficient. And what about labor? I mentioned that already. There will be Polish plumbers coming in. And what about the Danish plumbers? How can they survive? But it was all fixed. There were solutions were found in all these areas, and as I said in the very beginning, it was a huge success, and I'm sure that the entry of Ukraine in the European Union, and I'm really looking forward to that, they will be an equally big success. So this is my take. You can count on Denmark. We cannot do magic, but we will do whatever we can during the Danish presidency to bring you further. So thank you for inviting me, and sorry for being for talking so much. So once again, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for being so optimistic, and you see the audience is very delighted to hear your words. And thank you for mentioning weapon in the context of European integration, because we do understand that without support of our armed forces, our European integration is very complicated. We also see that the leadership of Nordic Baltic states is very evident, which you already mentioned also in creating of the group of expert advisors in the support of reforms, and particularly anti-corruption reform you already mentioned, and which is highly demanded by our society. And we also see your interest and very high contribution of Denmark and Lithuania. Unfortunately, Mante could not participate today. And in support of our EU accession, you already mentioned reforms and need for future reforms implementation. In the context of Ukraine's transformation agenda, which priorities Denmark also sees here, except probably anti-corruption reform?
Well, I think the general reform agenda is pretty clear, and especially the fundamental chapter is of course the key, and it's no coincidence that this is where you start and this is where you finish. So basically, whatever is in the fundamental chapter is where Ukraine should focus and make, as I said, tangible progress that will convince the European public opinion that you are on track. And you have quite some advantages. First of all, unlike all the other, or some of the other candidate countries, Ukrainians are united. You find very few Ukrainians who are against EU membership. They exist. It's not that there are not people who are against, but it is a tiny minority. If you look at some of the other candidate countries, they're much more divided when it comes to EU membership. And then you have civic society present in this room. I think that's. I think it was Deputy Prime Minister Olga's definition who once said that civic society is Ukraine's secret weapon because it's a strong driving force for reform. It has been like that since 2014. And this is, I think, another major advantage that you have that should enable you to move forward also on some of the more difficult issues. And this would be my recommendation. But it's up to Ukrainians. It's not up to us. But we are here to support you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for mentioning this fundamental cluster. It's really so fundamental and the base of probably all other reforms. And at the beginning of your speech, you also mentioned really the official start of negotiations process and opening the first cluster. Recently this year, the ministries of Nordic Baltic states sent a letter to EU Commissioner Enlargement Marta Kos with a kind request to advance EU accession process. And we do understand that now it's about opening the first cluster. I do also understand it's not only the responsibility of Denmark, but we do rely on your partnership and your friendship a lot. Does Denmark, is Denmark ready for supporting opening the first cluster during the next half of the year or in a very short-term perspective? And if yes, what are you ready to do to support it? I do understand this is a very hard question.
Well, let there be no doubt whatsoever that Denmark is ready. It's not us who are dragging our feet. And you correctly referred to the letter sent by the Nordic Baltic 6 members of the European Union to Commissioner Kos. And this, I think, really encapsulates our basic approach. Yes, we should start because due to the geopolitical situation, we cannot wait. We have no time for delays in the EU accession process. But we also seeing what is happening in the Council, and as the rules are right now, there's no qualified majority voting on progress in the EU accession process because the founding fathers didn't think that, or mothers didn't think that this would be an issue, but it has turned out to be an issue. And so, as I said, what we're doing at the moment is to work closely with our friends from the EU Commission and other member states to find out would there be any ways in which we could still move forward. Some are calling it a technical process. It's a non-political process. Some are calling it a shadow process. I don't know what, Daria, you probably know the correct name for it. But these are the ideas that are floating around, and again, I think the most important thing is what Ukraine is doing. You can do a lot that does not depend on other member states. You can move ahead with your reform agenda, sending a strong signal of momentum and continued progress. So this will probably be, and again, if you have any suggestions in terms of what we can do, I'm all ears. I'll be, and I'm here with my colleague Kasper, who's taking notes. So just let us know if there's anything we can do.
Thank you very much. Today during this forum, we will talk what exactly we as a country, civil society, what the government can do to support process reforms and our European integration. I would take this opportunity to see if there are any questions among the audience. Чи є питання з залу? And I think we can take one or two.
Hello, Ambassador. My name is Gorberlian. I'm Ukrainian historian, journalist, and scholar. I work at Kyiv Aviation Institute, and my question is about the future security cooperation of Ukraine and EU. How do you see from your Danish perspective? Thank you.
You mean in the defense? Yeah. I think that what we've seen so far is absolutely tremendous progress in terms of domestic production here. I can tell you that this is why this Danish model for defense donations was established, because we were convinced that there would be a huge potential for that Ukraine is very, very competitive. And this is not only good for Ukraine, it's absolutely fantastic for Ukraine on the battlefield, but it's also good for us because it would contribute to the strengthening of the European defense sector. So I think also in that context, Europeans should be very, very keen on having Ukraine on board, because you would add a lot of competence, a lot of experience, battlefield experience to the defense capabilities of Europe, and we need that. Denmark is in a situation where we are rearming like hell. Our Prime Minister used 3 words. He said, buy weapons, and this is what we're doing. And to the extent that Ukraine can play a role there, I think that would be good for European security as well.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions? One there.
Your Excellency, thank you very much. Igor Kohut, Ukrainian Parliamentary Institute. Of course, your country is taking presidency, and you will be caring about the unity, cohesion, and all development of the union, as well as assisting Ukraine to join, to approach. The question is about keeping this unity. Do you see room, option for additional reconciliation with such countries as Hungary, Slovakia, to convince at least those forces in these countries which should be supportive and should be aware about the Ukrainian progress and Ukrainian perspective?
Again, drawing on my long historical experience, because I've been in this profession for many, many years, and I was witnessing the Big Bang enlargement process, as I mentioned. And again, there were many situations where people were saying, look, this is going to stop the process. Now there is no hope. I'm not mentioning any specific countries, but there were certain countries where there were many serious political obstacles adopting the key, and at a certain point there were a number of crises. But what is happening in Europe is that things are changing. There's always an election coming up in one country or the other. At a certain point, things will change. That was the lesson learned back in the 90s, that things would somehow be fixed. And I cannot say anything about the domestic political processes in EU member countries, of course, but it goes without saying that elections will come up sooner or later. Maybe things will change. Maybe the entire political configuration will change. Maybe the dynamic will change. So even though it looks, as I said, it's very, very frustrating for you, for us. We want to move forward. But as the rules are right now, we have to look at other ways in which progress can still be made. And as I said, this kind of parallel process might be an opportunity. But again, the most important thing is what Ukraine is doing by just continuing the process of reform with all your power, with all your determination, because that's probably the strongest signal that you can send to European leaders and European public opinion.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions? If not, I have the last questions. We started speaking about fundamentals, and we of course understand how importance of it. But if we mention these projects supported by Denmark and Lithuania, aimed at support of adapting Ukrainian legislation to EU acquis, probably you also see any other challenges in this context, and a final recommendation for Ukrainians and for Ukrainian government and civil society.
Well, I think the program I mentioned that our Lithuanian friends will be implementing is a very good tool, and it's well funded. There's actually a lot of funds in it, and I sense that there is political will also to increase the funding if there is a need for it. And it's all historical experience shows that it's a highly complicated process. You really need expertise. I saw the water directive. I thought it was one pager. It's a huge book. It's mind-boggling. It's just to find out how to adopt and adapt your legislation requires a lot of expertise, and this is what this program, Ukraine to EU, is aiming at. You can draw on experts, you can draw on expertise from existing member states, not least the latest entrants, the Baltics. So I think this is something, but I think the civic society community can also draw on this in exercising the important role that you have as kind of a watchdog in this process. So this is a very good tool, and I'm happy that we are part of it. And my final recommendation, I simply have to reiterate that the most important thing is that Ukraine is just continuing on the reform track, just hammering home the message that Ukraine is ready and is not being bothered by technical blocking, that you will continue. And once political conditions are ready, you are ready to have it confirmed politically.
Thank you again. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador in person, and thank you to Denmark for your support. We really highly evaluate it. Thank you. And for this talk. У нас коротка перерва, і ми починаємо наступну панель.
We having a short technical break before the next panel now.
30 секунд.
30 seconds,
Дуже
literally.
коротка перерва.
A very short break
Дуже дякуємо,
indeed.
пане Олю.
We would like to
Дякую,
thank
пані Ольго, за
Ambassador
чудову
Mikkelsen and
початок.
Olga
Поки у нас тут відбувається
for
трохи
this promising beginning.
зміни, я наразі
While
попрошу
we
пані
are having
Ольгу Лимо
rearrangements, I
не
would
йти
like
зі
to
сцени, адже
ask
саме вона
Olga
модеруватиме
Lima to stay
наступну
for another
дискусію.
panel to moderate
Перші
it.
кроки в межах
A
трансформаційного
further
проєкту
step for
імплементаційні
transformation
заходи,
of
забезпечення
order
впровадження дорожніх карт
implementation
та координація
activities for
зусиль. Також
roadmaps
окремо я хочу
and
звернутися
coordination
до
of
наших
efforts.
глядачів і
And I would
слухачів
like to
на
address our
Фейсбук-сторінці
viewers and
та
listeners
в Ютубі. У вас також є
Facebook and
можливість
on
поставити питання до
YouTube. You
учасників
can also put
панелі.
questions to the
Зазначайте, будь
panelists.
ласка, своє
Please
ім'я та організацію, яку ви представляєте.
mention
І
your affiliation,
модератори
your
чатів
name,
передадуть пані
and
Ользі ці
moderators
запитання для того, аби вона їх
of our
поставила
chat box
нашим
will refer
спікерам.
your
Активно
questions to
долучайтеся до
Olga
цієї
as the
розмови та
moderator.
дискусії.
And
Я передаю
while
слово
you
пані
are
Ользі.
on
Дякую,
board,
Вікторія.
floor is
Я
yours, Olga. Thank you
запрошую
again, Victoria.
спікерів
I would like to
панелі розглянути
invite
подальші кроки в межах
our
трансформаційного порядку денного.
speakers for
Імплементаційні заходи
And the name of this panel has been announced. It's quite difficult. Daria Haidai, Deputy Head of Vice Prime Minister's Office for Euro-Atlantic and European Integration. And also, I would like Head of European Integration, Governance and Rule of Law from the EU delegation, Asier Santilian Luzuriaga, and also Tori Malink, coordinator for European Integration Center for Political Legal Reforms, Maya Tsvetan-Rubishin, Head of Component for Integration of the EU Sector, the EU Proper Justice Project.
Дякую, колеги. В нас, якби нас не врятував пан
Thank you.
Асьєр
Asier
Лузуряга, то в нас би була майже
Santilian
жіноча
Luzuriaga
панель.
is the only man
Але
on
ми
this
майже
panel,
наближаємося до гендерної
and
рівності.
we are still approach gender
Дуже дякую
equity.
всім,
I would like to thank
всім, хто долучається сьогодні до
everyone
нашої
who has
дискусії.
joined
І я
our
почну,
discussion,
напевно,
and
такого
let me
більш
start
загального,
with
але
some
не простого
generality,
питання
let's
до
say, but
Дар'ї
it's not
Гайдай,
an easy
куди ми,
question, mind
власне,
you.
зараз
I would like to ask Daria Haidai,
можете поділитися якоюсь
our
найновішою інформацією, яку ми ще не маємо,
perhaps
щодо
you can
нашого
make a
потенційного
progress
руху
report,
вперед,
so to
і
speak, for our
що
potential
конкретно уряд може робити
advancements
найближчим
and what the government can do in the nearest future.
Дякую, вітаю всіх.
Thank you very much. I would like to greet all the participants and panelists and our online
прийти до нас з Єврохаб.
participants and the ones who have attended in person. And in the world we have this temptation of doing it online and doing it in passing, so to speak. Not the case here, clearly. And I would like to thank the sponsors for this panel, for this discussion on the eve of very important EU week. Next week, there are many meetings in Brussels going on. Among other issues, of course, Ukraine should be discussed, and additionally, a broad circle of issues for support of Ukraine, support for the aggression, and when we discussed the negotiation process, we tend to forget the broader context, and it is important to remind ourselves that integration takes place against the backdrop of this full-scale invasion. This is a constraint not just for Ukraine, but for the whole discussion of Ukraine and the European Union. And this event is taking place as part of preparation for USC in Rome at the beginning of July, and we'll have additional discussions for enhancement. We'll have a panel for the rule of law. Ukraine has prepared and submitted to the European Commission 3 roadmaps on the rule of law, democratic institutions, and the reform of public administration. Or public administration reform, there will be a separate discussion. I hope that we will be able to squeeze it all in. And we are thankful to the Italian colleagues who are prepared to cooperate for implementation of our plans with this broad spectrum of cooperation with the EU, with the member states, and also in the context of reforms as such. And we also concentrate on the talks, but there are other issues. So there's a gradual integration using the Brussels lingo, and the issue of how we regard this concept in Ukraine. Let me remind you that even before the full-scale invasion and our submission, Our application, Ukraine was a great champion of sectoral gradual integration. We called it sectoral praво in context to be as much integrated into the policies of the European Union as was possible and is now. So the strategic choice of Ukraine and under conditions of no talks about membership, at least in Brussels. So we were thinking about it. And the process basically was embarked upon. And good news from Brussels, yesterday European Commission suggested to integrate it into the roaming area. Good news indeed. That's the internal market regulation for the mobile operators, including and encompassing Ukraine now. And the ministry are in active dialogue with the European Commission for similar progress. And there are different developments in the energy sector, pay systems, and dialogue of Ukraine with the EU is not just about pallies or any sort of talks. Of course, this is the core of our dialogue, the essence of it, but there are specific solutions and decisions for gradual integration. The member states support that, and this is, well, this is the general approach to the candidates. And there are certain decisions concerning the Western Balkans as of lately. I'm talking more here, and the European Union is moving or are moving towards a gradual integration of the candidate countries. It is important to understand with the strategic course for advancement announced and proclaimed. I'm very grateful to the Danish partners for their support of Ukraine. We feel your assistance and support militarily and politically. Well, let me support the words pointed to our focus on Ukraine's accession, but no enhancement or enlargement can be easy. And we all understand the story of British entry and British exits. There is no easy enlargement. There are always certain contradictions, certain confrontations, social and otherwise, and we should be ready for this discussion. And I would like to call upon our experts, be our partners, to present pinpointed discussion, laser accurate, so to speak. We are working on it now, but we are also trying to be as concentrated as possible, identifying, detecting the apprehensions in certain member countries, because some of them are more important or more open, some just clandestine sometimes, not so that's expressive or prominent in the public discussion. But we hope for a political decision with our continuation of reform. We cooperate with the countries who have covered the distance for us. The candidate countries, our fellow candidates. It's very important to have bilateral relations with the members, with the support based not just on emotional, political considerations, but also a deep understanding of economic interests, vested interests of the individual member countries and EU. As a family, we have worked actively on development of contacts with other candidate countries, and this is very important. We plan currently, we have signed this memorandum with Albania and other countries. So with Albania, we are now thinking about consultations among different groups of negotiators, well, delegations on behalf of our respective countries, but also following the Western Balkan experience of our predecessors on this road. We understand that every accession is unique and one of a kind, but we can learn from the experience. And sometimes there are no ready recipes. And for our understanding and appreciation of the process of reform and the solutions in store, there are no ready-made solutions. So we have to learn from the experience, from their impacts in preceding countries, and we can find some good solutions for our country. But any kind of talks inside and outside, this is about looking for some consensus. The Vice Prime Minister, well, this is not something that our partners hate from us. There is always some slight feeling of discontent, however faint. No talks concluded even with the accession. You can see that each time EU countries try to reach consensus concerning the 27 member countries and their common destiny. It's looking for consensus with the solutions offered. Not everyone is happy with the way to reach that, but at the end of the day, the most important part is having a solution, having a decision. And this should actually teach us to act. I remember Daria Olga Stefanishina once said that was a special meeting for the government with the three roadmaps. Even if we fail to reach a consensus, we already trade-off. Daria was referring to the previous story. You might better remember Brexit than brand trees, so to speak. But still, we can learn from all that experience progressing with the EU as a civil society activist, a member of a coalition of 30 participants. Thank you very much for entering, joining the task forces, and we have had meetings and having meeting in Kira Hub. And this is what Olga Stanishina was saying then, and Ambassador of Denmark was referring to this. So not just advocating for reform, this is advocating for accession of the EU. This is another weapon that we should use. Now I would like to address our guest from the EU delegation, and so we are going to discuss that in more detail. How do you see Ukraine's progress, Mr. Luzuriaga, and how do you see the consultation mechanisms for different stakeholders, and what kind of priorities do you see in implementation of those roadmaps, respectively? Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. The invitation is open, right? Answering a bit your question. First of all, the process, and all of us know that the different roadmaps have been approved at the government level in Ukraine. They have been submitted to Brussels, and they are still ongoing the approval and the validation process at the legal level. The three of them, together with the action plan on national minorities, they have been consulted with the Commission. At the Commission level, we consider that all the main issues are included, and they have been constructed together with us in a very participatory way. So in that sense, we would like, first of all, to congratulate our Ukrainian partners, among other things, for the really a real partnership that has been ongoing through the whole process. Public administration reform roadmap, for example, it has been the first one that it was prepared and agreed or pre-agreed with the Commission, and that shows the importance of how the administration is going to be really changed at one point. So in that sense, I would like to mention some three different elements that I think that they are important in this process. First of all, ownership. Ownership, because the roadmaps are your roadmaps. The screening process is, we call it that is like taking a photograph. So we have still going. I mean, we are starting to open now the fourth cluster. It was opened yesterday, I think the first meeting. So in the screening, we are taking a picture. We are analyzing which is the situation. And then after the picture is more or less as a kind of baseline. So we know where you are in terms of approaching to the European integration process. After acknowledging where you are, we need to together to identify different plans and different strategies to move forward. So those are the roadmaps. So in that sense, concerning public administration reform, rule of law, functioning of democratic institutions, even national minorities, you already submitted to us your plan to get into the EU. Now, what it needs to be done in this case is, and it has been, again, something important, the 4 documents that have been created in a participatory manner, not only a participatory manner with us, but also internally within your different institutions, and also with the participation of the civil society. And this is important. Now, what is important to add is that apart from the ownership, your documents that you should acknowledge that are yours and your plans, is also to make pedagogy. Because all of the different civil servants that are going to be involved in the implementation of those maps, roadmaps, and action plans, they really need to acknowledge what is in the different documents, but also why. So there are very clear examples like a roadmap, roaming. Why the roaming is in the interest of Ukraine. I mean, for me, it's very easy. Now it's going to be cheaper whenever I use my Austrian telephone, and it will be the same for most of you when you are trying to connect with your families, with your friends, or so on that are living within the EU. But what about public administration reform? So, what about, for example, judicial reform? So, pedagogy is very important. The civil servants, they should understand that they are going to be the ones really working on daily basis to ensure that those roadmaps are going to be fulfilled. They are going to be the ones leading the change. Certainly, decisions are going to be taken at the governmental level, in the Verkhovna Rada, but at the end of the day, the implementation, it will be with the civil servants. So civil servants will need to understand why having a salary reform is in their interest. Why having an open or unified portal for vacancies is in the interest of the civil servants. For me, it's obvious that a civil servant that is working in a ministry, having the opportunity to move to another one because there is a unified human resources management system in place, is an opportunity. But perhaps not everybody knows about it and not everybody understands it very well. So this is why pedagogy is important. And the same with other different topics that are not going to be easy. One is judicial reform. It's not going to be easy, never been easy. We have here Maya that knows about the case of Croatia that took place in 2 years in an accelerated manner in the last minute. Please don't do it. Don't wait until the last minute. But there are other topics that also imply a strong effort from the pedagogical point of view. There will be issues that are not going to be easy around agriculture. There will be also issues around, for example, industrial reforms, etc. Decentralization is still something that creates certain question marks. So pedagogy is really important. And my third point, I will say, is cooperation. Cooperation among the different actors, and in particular between us internationals with you, but also between the different internationals that are working here. There are a number of factors that, of course, immediately after you got the candidate status, came and offered them their support to get into the EU. Now, at the very beginning, it was to prepare the screenings, to prepare yourselves to start with the process. Now that the roadmaps are there, that the priorities are there, the priority of the international community should be to support you with the implementation of those roadmaps and the action plan. But for that, we need to strengthen our coordination, not only the coordination with you, but also coordination among ourselves. So at the end of the day, the European Commission is going to be the one that is going to tell or to give the clearance to the changes in the legal frameworks, to give the clearance or to evaluate how is the evolution of the implementation of the roadmaps. So in that sense, all those projects that are sometimes still free electrons, they should better coordinate with us. And we, from the European Commission and the European delegation, maybe also we need to strengthen our approach towards all of you, and to ensure that you are also coordinated with us. So in that sense, we have also a space for improvement in our coordination with the different actors that are supporting you. And of course, at the end of the day, if I may say, one of the priorities that you mentioned, which are the priorities, I think that you already mentioned a number of them, but which of the priorities is to ensure that Ukraine has the structures internally to lead that coordination internally, but also with us. Because it's not going to be an easy process, it takes time. And we have a number of years ahead where all of us will have to work together. And we can't simply overlap or misuse, let's say, the existing resources, because the resources are scarce and the work is very complex. Thank you.
Дуже вам дякую.
Thank you very much, and I would like to stress what you said at the very beginning, that the European Commission is content, is satisfied with the main things that are included into these roadmaps on public governance and the ability of implementing of them. Is something we'll discuss during the next upcoming discussion panel. I would like to turn to Paulina Lee, who's been coordinating the development of the rule of law roadmap. It has lasted for 1 year. Different stakeholders have been engaged, and the reps of the civil society have been engaged, and others have been engaged. I would like to ask about further plans on the implementation, if it's feasible to be implemented, and which help is needed on the side of the international partners and on the side of the civil society partners. Thank you very much, the organizers, for this very important event, because we are starting a very important journey in the implementing of the roadmap that have been approved, which happened on the 14th of May. The government approved of these roadmaps, and before these roadmaps will be approved by the European Union, these roadmaps are official documents for us. These are our agendas for the 3 years to come, because the very last date of implementing them is the Q4 of 2027. And so this is the deadline we've chosen to have, because we would like to move on the negotiation process with the most of the efficiency. I would like to respond to some of the things that Ms. Asier have said. I've lived this year with the roadmap, with all of you, with our civil society, for which I would like to express my gratitude to you for the support of yours, because without you, these maps wouldn't be the way they are now. And just like the representative of the EU delegation in Ukraine has said, the roadmaps respond to the challenges and to the gaps that the European Commission detected during the two-sided screening of chapters 23 and 24. For the roadmap in the rule of law covers this very chapter. And with regards to what Mr. Asier has said and what not only Ukrainian government is responsible for the implementation of what's written in the roadmaps, but the business, the civil society representatives, the parliament, the MPs who are engaged in the negotiation working groups, we are all responsible for these measures to happen timely and in good quality, and to be assessed by the European Union and to be qualified as the ones that meet the expectations of the EU. I think this process is going to be successful because Ukraine has shown great strategical vision and maturity, because these documents have been prepared over a very short period of time compared to other candidate states, and we expect of positive assessment on the part of the member countries. The documents have been prepared in very inclusive manner. As it's been said here, all the stakeholders have been engaged and they have had the chance to submit their proposals, recommendations to the roadmap. So I think that, speaking about the state government bodies, the ones who are officially responsible for the implementation of the measures, I think that they feel their ownership. They know where these measures come from, or originated from. The governmental bodies have always been engaged into the consultations with the European Commission. So it's not the Minister of Justice, not the Office of the Vice Prime Minister who was coordinating, but the responsible entities were coordinating everything. They had the chance to ask the European Commission what each and every measure meant, how to implement that measure. So this is how these measures made it into the roadmap. So I think that it's redundant to add any other explanations to our responsible entities, that what we meant when we meant certain measure, and they clearly understand how the measure to be implemented. And so some of the measures of the roadmap are explained in more detail, because for example, there should take place a discussion on the distance judicial system, so which Ukraine has got to implement. But the European Commission, we decided that we will decide this internally. So what Ukraine means when we talk about the remote judiciary system, but some other things have already been very well explained. I read some blogs that it's 529 technical and small measures and events, but how can you call something small if it's a multi-layer reform of the advocate institution of Ukraine? So I think that the roadmap of Ukraine is not an exhaustive list of reforms. They meet only those gaps signaled by the European Union, and in the roadmaps, we need to develop sectoral measures. For example, the strategy on fighting the organized crime, the integrated board management, the human rights, the new development of the constitutional judiciary system, so on and so forth. So don't worry, we will have no additional transformation tracks in this. These are the things that we need for the European Union to say us that Ukraine is a country with a stable and very well developed rule of law. I would also like to continue saying that what is important in the context of the implementation of the roadmap is the coordination, because I think you're pretty much aware that minus 155 million of US dollars for the rule of law reformation, because there are no more USAID projects, and you have to understand that in case if there's a draft law to be produced or soft measures to be developed, not money, not a lot of funding is needed, but IT digitalization of judiciary system, digitalization of some other fields, which needs millions of euros or dollars of investment. We still will need to be looking for new opportunities. We need to talk to our partners, because these are the events and measures which are extremely important for Ukraine, because we're pretty much aware that the future transparency depends on the digitalization, and it's important for our European partners. We'd like to express our gratitude to our partners that during the final discussions, the EU partners suggested to postpone because we need to be looking for additional funding. And the colleagues who are here, if you know where these findings can be found, please tell us. We will discuss different opportunities. All the support sent out to Ukraine as technical assistance, for example, through different funds and civil society organizations, needed to be streamed to the implementation of the measures in the roadmaps, because this brings Ukraine closer to the EU membership, and it's important this assistance not be overlapped and be targeted as much as possible. And our EU colleagues have told us we need to not only, even if you have the best of laws, but you don't have good doers, not good institutions to implement those laws, these laws will be of little help. We will need to be developing the capacity of our state services, because what is important for the European Union, that the future member states have developed institutions, but we've got roadmaps to help us to attain this objective. The coordination mechanisms and the implementation. It is important that along with our partners present here, we are developing these coordination monitoring mechanisms so that we be able to coordinate, because we did have our working groups working in parts of the roadmaps, but it's important that there be coordination among the donor community, and this is done by the European Union, by the Embassy of the EU, and is done by technical assistance projects. We have Maya, who represents the Pravo Justice, and she will be supporting implementing of the donor coordination. So I think by joining our effort with a secret weapon of civil society, we will be able to attain our objective. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and I do let accept this silent rule that the government and the parliament and the civil society and the international partners, that we do whatever, that's what's not written in our roadmap, and we have some educational topics in our portfolio which meet the European practices. These practices may not be inscribed in any documents of ours, but we shouldn't be waiting for the sign from the European Union. They are still important, and we have to implement that. Very good. Over to Maya Tsvetan-Rubizhin. You represent one of the a very powerful European support project, EU integration process in the justice sector. So the roadmaps, which part of the roadmaps are going to be planning on, focusing on, and how are you going to launch it?
Okay, for your question, if I can, I will answer in English. My Ukrainian is still not that good, but I don't use the translation anymore, so it's good for me. I have several messages to send today, and I just want to say that I listened very closely to everything that was said today, and it's really inspiring to know that we are on the same page, especially starting with His Excellency the Ambassador and the messages he sent and the explanation he gave. I would like to sign every single word, and also from my colleagues before, and especially Asier. But you know, it's very difficult for me sometimes to be, well, we cannot be objective anymore. You know, it's not easy to say that, but I cannot distance myself from who I am. So first of all, many of you know, but I will emphasize this every single time that I have possibility to. I'm a Croatian, and my country was the last country that was successfully accepted in the EU family. And the process for us was extremely difficult because we didn't have a rule of law roadmap. We didn't have roadmaps. So for us, it was every day a new thing. You know, we didn't know what was the next day going to be for us. And sometimes I wish we had a rule of law roadmap, but then I have days where I'm like, oh, it's good that we didn't have a good rule of law roadmap. So it's as Daria said before, each country has its own process, and this is I would say, the beauty of negotiations with EU. You know, of course, for Ukraine, it's an extremely difficult moment, considering the situation this country is under, being attacked in terms of its democracy, sovereignty, and everything. But the determination of Ukraine to proceed with negotiation process, regardless of some rules, that's I think admirable. And as the ambassador said before, it's very important that you continue in this way, even though sometimes they'll say, wait a second, this is not the official procedure, we have to wait, we have to do this European thing. You are demonstrating throughout this way that there are no actually barriers. So Ukraine needs to go on in this direction. But about the rule of law, this was my personal note about everything. So about the rule of law roadmap, it's not an easy topic in terms of when we talk about official adaptation and official improvement of the rule of law roadmap. Let's say that we are halfway there. Yes, Ukrainian state did approve it. It was consulted with the Commission during its drafting, and it is a very comprehensive document. But it's not a Sumerian tablet, you know. It is a document that needs to be flexible in a way at the moment. And what is actually the rule of law roadmap? It is a map of roads that Ukraine will build on its way to Europe. It is a bit of a metaphor, but if you think about it, it's even not, because you need to build a road in order to get to this European family. And I, as a Croatian, know very well what that means. And these maps are composed of, you know, questions like, what kind of cement are you going to use? Who are the engineers? Which is the direction of individual path, and so on and so on. And nothing in world can be determined in the beginning. So it is perfect throughout the end. And it is simple, the physics of life, I would say. So this is like a message to send out, that if there would be questions from member states when it comes to the rule of law roadmap, so what? Let's answer these questions. Let's address them. Ukraine is doing so much already that I don't see a problem if a member state country comes up, because they did with us. You know, we didn't know what was coming the day after, and there were some questions that were raised after 10 years of negotiations, and we were like, what now? You're telling us this now? You're blocking us now? In deep of our hearts, we knew, okay, just like we all do here. So let's not be stressed about the process that's upcoming. What we need to do here all together is that, it was said before, we need to coordinate very well the efforts that are on the table already. So the rule of law roadmap is a compilation of reforms that were not invented on a day that somebody was writing the rule of law roadmap. They are compilation of reforms and measures that were already there in a space, you know, in a strategy, in a report, from different sources. So nobody can stop Ukraine from proceeding with these reforms, right? So it's very interesting also from the aspect of the technical support that I represent here today as a representative of Pravo Justice Project. For example, one of the scopes of my component is the legal education reform, and it is part of the rule of law roadmap. So if we are still not talking about all member states approving and the formal process finishing, does this mean that I don't have a job, that we cannot proceed with the illegal education? No, Ukraine needs to proceed with all the reforms that are already structured and that are already in the progress. So it is not an easy question to answer. What are we concentrating on in the rule of law roadmap measures? We are concentrating on the reforms that Ukraine has committed to already. So there is, of course, a big question. Are we supporting the implementation of the rule of law roadmap? I would just answer in a way, we are supporting the reforms that are already there. The official document and the official approval of the rule of law roadmap. It's such a difficult word to say, rule of law roadmap, sorry for that. Let's wait for the big guys in Europe to decide what are they going to do with the official part, but we do proceed with the reforms that we have already committed to. Yes, regarding the coordination, I would like to say several words. We are, as we are now talking here, it is a work in progress. We are cooperating very closely with our colleagues from Ukrainian counterparts in establishing a coordination mechanism. And this is the right time to do it, because while we are waiting for the, I call them the big guys from the Europe to find a way to proceed officially with this integration, European integration process, we are thinking about how are we going to set up a coordinating mechanism, because this is lesson learned from Croatia. We have done a lot of failures and we learned from them. And it took us a while to understand that if we don't coordinate internally, if we are not on the same page every single step for every single little thing, we are just, let's say, prolonging the torture. Because honestly, yes, here we are.
Нас повітряна тривога, будь ласка, користуйтеся власним протоколом безпеки. Мої колеги подивляться
We
на
are
свої
having a fire
реалістична загроза.
him and air defense alert. We have to think about our respective protocols of security, but my colleagues are keeping me advised as to the gravity of this threat, but any one of you is free to go.
Exactly. So the coordination mechanism, so we learned that in a very hard way. So what happened to us when we closed the chapter 23? It was a big party. I was there. I remember half of the night. Several days later, we were summoned, and people from the commission came and said, yeah, you close the chapters and okay, it's done. This is the date of your entry. But we have several more things that we would like you to do in this interim period before you become a member state. It was a shock. After so many years, so many reforms, we changed the constitution 2 times. It was a torture. So it's a very difficult process. They came up with new measures to implement, even though the chapter was closed. Why I'm saying this? Let's not be surprised by whatever comes up in front of us. I think that together with this coordination, we can achieve all the goals. So the coordination being very important. What we are now talking about is how to set up a coordination mechanism. And it's important to know that it is about Ukraine, what Ukraine will do, what Ukraine institutions will design. We are here to support. We are not here to lead or, God forbid, to instruct you in any way. We are here to support, and this support will come in different ways. First of all, there should be a technical support, administrative support, but the political decisions, policy making needs to come from Ukrainian side. And at this moment, we are exactly doing this with another partners who are also here present. We are developing the idea of a mechanism that can coordinate all these efforts so that you don't do the mistakes that we others did along the way. Because you set up a very, very strict deadlines to yourself. When I first saw the draft of the rural flow roadmap, I was like, what is this? How are they going to do it in 3 years? But you can. And you have proven this. So now, while we are waiting, as I said many times now, for the news from Europe to come, like what is the destiny of this document at the end? Let's sit together. Let's develop this mechanism, because we need to define the standards for implementation. We need to define the monitoring. We need to define the reporting mechanisms, and especially we need to think about the costing and the budget, because at the moment this has not been developed yet. So when I say the costing and the budget, I'm thinking, how much will this individual measure cost? What is the impact, the long-term impact on the budget in terms of, are we saving money, or this is a long-term raise of the necessary budget? And Ukraine needs to start thinking about that, because the reform needs to be sustainable. It's not possible to think about a reform in a way that, oh, this is going to be covered by donors. Ukraine needs to calculate very well every single measure in this, and we can support you to achieve this calculation, let's call it like that. So defining the priorities, of course, there is a national plan for adaptation of a key as well to take in consideration, something that is as well at the moment being developed with support of different donors from different sides, and it needs to take in consideration every single effort that is being done in an entire country. So what can we do as donors, and what is the role of us in all this process? As I said, we are there to support you, not to lead you. So that's very important to have in mind. But there are ideas how to establish this coordination mechanism, to establish a coordination working group and some subgroups that will lead the measures according to the clusters they belong to, and not clusters of negotiations, but clusters in terms of the topics within the rule of law roadmap. The donor coordination mechanism, something that my project started very recently, where we are bringing donors together on the same table and thinking together and structuring together what can we do to support the implementation of the reforms and the rule of law roadmap measures. It's a very interesting actually exercise, because it's a one-of-a-kind exercise where we are all exposing our plans, where we are all, let's say, looking at them in terms of, okay, there are a lot of projects that overlap with the scopes, and that's the danger. Overlapping of the support can also be dangerous. Maybe at first it can, oh, good, so there will be several projects supporting one measure. That's not very productive at the end. We need to coordinate our support, and that's what we are trying to do. There is also the civil society coordination that we will also look into very closely, and of course the implementation itself. So this is a huge umbrella of things at the moment that we are thinking about. So I say, I have courage to say, it's okay that we have some more time now while the big guys in Europe are thinking about what to do, because we need to structure this mechanism with you. I mean, Ukraine needs to structure it with our support, and it is good that we have some time. So I would really invite everyone who has any power, who is involved in any kind of this mechanism, to sit down and to think and to support the coordination, because otherwise you could end up like my country, and that is 10 years of negotiations and then the marathon last 2 years, which brought Euroscepticism levels very high. So at the beginning, there was no doubt. I'm sure 70, 80% of Croatians were like, we're going to Europe, that's it. After this enormously long process of reforms over reforms over reforms over reforms, we barely made it in the referendum. And that's something that we cannot allow ourselves, I think, in this specific situation. So to conclude one thing, my country is a much better country now after we successfully conducted all the reforms. And I had the opportunity I'm a witness of time. It's a better country. And I'm sure that my second country, Ukraine, will successfully finish these negotiations and will be a better country with our support. Thank you.
Дуже дякую. Майя, дуже дякую
Thank you very much, Maya.
за підтримку і
Thanks for your support and
цей процес бути
this
українкою
process.
наполовину.
Well, this
Я
been
погоджуюсь, що ми не
half
можемо
Ukrainian.
дозволити собі
We
євроскептицизм,
cannot afford
особливо
any
як держава у війні. Якщо
Euroscepticism,
хтось
I
думав, що ми можемо
suppose.
просто посидіти, почекати
We cannot just
відкриття
sit
першого
around
кластеру, то в
waiting
нас
for
є
the first
робота.
cluster to be
На
open. No, we
щастя.
have
І
a lot
тепер ми
on our
переходимо до нашої
plate,
секретної зброї,
fortunately.
представників
Now
громадянського
our secret
суспільства.
weapon,
І я
representatives of
звертаюся до
civil
Вікторії. Вікторія, ти
society.
як
Victoria
експертка в сфері європейської
is
інтеграції
our
і, напевно,
expert in
одна з
European integration and
таких
perhaps
найпотужніших адвокаційниць
one of the
нашої
best
української інтеграції до
advocates,
Європейського
Victoria
Союзу.
Melnik,
Як
is
ти
for our
бачиш
integration.
результати
How do you
прорабної
see
роботи? І
the
що
results? How
Європейський
do you
суспільство
take
зараз
stock of them,
очікує
and
і,
what
власне, від
the
Європейського
civil
Союзу, і від
society expect from
українського
the EU and Ukrainian
Дуже
government?
дякую за це
Thank you
представлення
very
і ці
much
теплі слова.
for your generous
Я
introduction
хочу
and
перш за
for
все
your
подякувати
kind
за те, що
appreciation.
ми
I would
проводимо
like
цей
to thank
захід
for
в
the opportunity
Єврохабі.
to have
Це
this
для
at
нас
EuroHub.
дійсно важлива
This is a very important
платформа. І тут я б хотіла зробити такий
platform
невеликий ліричний
indeed.
відступ. Насправді ми
Let
зустрілися
me
з
give you an
Поліною
aside.
тут
We
десь
met
рік тому.
Polina. I met
Коли ми
Polina a year
планували з нашими
ago
партнерами з
here, right
London Valley
here, when we
Institute
were planning a training for the 24 section 23, chapter 23, 22. That had been working for 2 months by that time on the roadmap, and now we have this decision to open the negotiations, and we are expecting opening of the cluster. The roadmap is there, and the most important part of it is this, because indeed, roadmap is not the last stop. 23-24 interim benchmarks are designed in order to proceed effectively in the context of reform and transformational agenda. We have to understand, Maya was right, the roadmap is not the last document. This is a negotiable document, but we cannot squeeze in all our wish list. We have to see the stance of the European Commission, the member countries working with the interim target indicators, because this year we also have to do the homework related to policy document development based on reforms, roadmaps, screening reports, maps, and it is very important for us to understand what are the conditions or tasks the European Union have in mind for us. Next week, we will cross our fingers and be waiting for positive solutions for Ukraine, positive decisions. Let me say about the resources. Let me tell you about our desires. We have this whole wish list or shopping list, and let me just concentrate on the important items. Coordination was mentioned. Maya, thank you, and Pauline, thank you for our losses, so to speak, and relative losses. Our resources are scarce, especially for the civil society. We lost financial support from the government of the United States of America. And this is much, 60 to 80%. However, the analytical centers, the think tanks, we are here to stay. And this is a great force to implement both roadmaps and policy documents, deliverables. I mean, strategy for public administration reform, judiciary, state anti-corruption program. So I am very grateful to the donor community, and we are ready to join the negotiation teams of negotiation with the support of Vice Minister's office. We should concentrate, we should not scatter the resources. And this is the most important thing, element for us to be as frugal, as cost effective. When you have limited resources, you do not waste that on luxuries or any kind of branded bag. And boutique brand bag. We have by the end of 27 to deliver. Let's get ready for it now. By 2027, the roadmap for democratic institutions has this task of making amendments to the law on public consultations. In fact, we can develop these things and offer that to the parliament, submit to the parliament. So let's do the hard part first, and then we'll be quicker with the easier things to accomplish. And it is very important also to support accession with the difficult related to it. You know, we have done a lot, but now the time is ripe to dig even deeper. And I think the civil society can do that. For example, we have already explored and presented our vision of interim target indicator 2023-24, the chapters public administration reform. We also work on proposals, and in Brussels we had this publication for public administration reform and its opportunities for the European integration and another instrument, the anti-corruption institutional measures to be added to that. And this is the issue for every ministry to understand that this is their baby, not just some minister should nanny, but should babysit. And it's our joint child, our joint creature, dialogue and consensus. I love the topic and have been discussing it with delight for a year or so, but consensus is exactly the thing here. We, especially in the fundamental cluster, there is no silver bullet. There is no one final solution. It's about dialogue. It's about errand trial. And we have 2.5 years. We have this window of opportunities. Willingly or unwillingly, we have what we have, because it is also about enlargement in terms of other challenges, and Ukraine has to be just part of the European Union, and that's it. Well, the alternative platform. We have for dialogue. We have bilateral challenges. This is about entering the process of negotiation. This is something continuous, almost permanent. We have to discuss apprehensions voiced by different EU members. In this fundamental cluster, it's a bit more difficult because it's for us. It's what we want to achieve or commit ourselves to. But how we should provide proper arguments. Advocacy is us being in the same boat in Spain. We had colleagues who did agribusiness. There was argument was that you want Ukraine in the EU because your Hammond is bad, will be bad. Well, it's a figure of speech, I suppose, a metaphor, but this is about bilateral support and securing it. And for example, we had on the 9th of May, Europe Day, in Uzhhorod, we tried to communicate our additional with our partners from Hungary to proceed with a quicker pace. And this is something to support Ukraine's progress towards EU. And this is about policy documents. This is about deliverables oriented at the result. The majority of civil society organizations have enough to develop like a Center for political legal reforms, I'm sure. So the European Union, we would like you to make efforts to facilitate opening of our cluster. You should appreciate that at the end of the European will have to change, embracing not just us but other candidate countries for whom we would like to proceed a bit more successfully in this togetherness. The negotiation process, methodology of enlargement, and the nuances.
But yesterday, me both a little bit, literally yesterday, we saw some outcome, some result. One of the results of what we had been doing, we are extremely happy about this, please put up on the screen the letter that I've given you. In spring of this year, our partners and we were aware that there would be challenges when it comes to opening all the negotiation programs. We see that they're overlapping, it's happening. The moment we arrived from the session, informal session of the Inquela that had happened in Poland, we were aware that we needed to do something about it. And Ms. Lyubov Vakulenko is here. She's our partner from the Ukrainian Center of European Policy. She had that idea to write a petition to the ministries of foreign affairs so that they contribute to full consensus of opening of negotiations in cluster 1. And yesterday, before beginning of our forum, we received a reply from Marta Kos, and she expressed her gratitude for what we had been developed and what we currently do, what we're spreading, and she's assuring us that they're doing everything they can to open the negotiation process, and they recognize that the civil society is an important part of the negotiation process, especially the Ukrainian civil society, and they hear us, and they do hear us, and this is the message that they asked us to spread all over different other non-governmental organizations who are supportive of this. And we will translate it and we will publish it because I don't remember the number of the organizations, but they were numerous. And so that's why this is what we do together. Those who are in this audience, and I summon us to keep on working. We're willing to develop the dialogue with all the organizations, and we would like to be building the dialogue. We would like to be digging into the problems and develop the perspectives and get this across to the government of Ukraine and to the European Union. Thank you very much. I'd like to express my gratitude to Lyubov Vakulenko. She's the main author of this text, and this has been a public announcement initiated by the coalition of the Repair, and there are 30 organizations in this coalition, so which means that about 60 different organizations support this, and we didn't do our best, by the way. Had we done more, there would be more organizations, and we see that the European Commission is supportive of us. And I do remember during one of the events in Brussels, Belgium, Marta Kosten was talking about the women leadership. She said that her task is to bring Ukraine and other candidates to the European Union within the time frame that she is occupying the position that she's currently occupying. I don't want to be scaring the representatives of the European Union that we're going to be reforming the European Union as well. I don't want you to scare that we're going to be reforming the EU as well, but the Ukrainian civil society will reform the EU. Be sure of that in the generations, in the future generations. And I'm definite that there are some questions coming from the audience. Maxim Tsiba, please go ahead. Vika. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Maxim Tsiba, Ukrainian Independent Center of Political Research. Thank you very much for this great discussion. And my question is the following. It goes to Paulina Lee. You have been, and you, Victoria, you've been saying we shouldn't be waiting for the last Q4 of 2027. We need to be implementing these roadmaps right now. And for the Ukrainian government, the Ukrainian executive body, this is the roadmap to act, the action plan to implement right now. I would like to clarify, how do you see you, the representative of the Ukrainian government, how should this implementation be commenced? I'm talking about the roadmap. How should they be begun to be implemented? How can the civil society representatives be engaged into this process? And thank you very much for this inclusive process of creating of the roadmaps. And in this audience, we spent 3 to 4 months discussing and developing, having constant permanent meetings, and we've had at least 12 events that have contributed to the development of these roadmaps, and we're willing to implement everything that's in the roadmaps. Just like Victoria has said, some draft laws have already been prepared. Tell us, hint us how we can, along with the government and the parliament, be able to implement these implementation plans. Thank you very much. I would like to tell you that these roadmaps are being implemented already because they have absorbed our international obligations of Ukraine. I mean, so if we talk about the roadmaps, These are our agenda for reforms for the 3 years to come, the upcoming 3 years. But if we discuss the roadmap in the field of rule of law, it contains the obligation on the facility plan and some others that we've already had before. So it's not that they've been approved, that they were approved on the 14th of May, and only now we start implementing it. The implementation has been going on for some period of time, and it's good that when I meet different representatives of the government, they say that the Constitutional Court has started implementing some of the measures in the SAP currently hires new prosecutors, which is a part of what the roadmap requires. And speaking about Special Anti-Corruption Prosecution Bureau, speaking about the civil society, definitely is going to be done by means of coordination mechanism. We are planning to launch soon, and in the near future, there'll be announced a big meeting on the implementation, engaging the civil society into the implementation of the roadmaps, and you will be able to hear more about how to engage best and how to launch if you don't have any good relations with the entities who are directly responsible for the implementation of different measures from the roadmaps. And you will hear about the grant opportunities that will help you to engage and to have capacity to, along with the state entities, perform the requirements from the roadmaps. I would also like to tell you that Amante Makauskaite should have been here. She's the head of the Ukraine to EU, but because of some force majeure, she has announced that she won't be here. She has told us she won't be here. More questions that you may have from the audience. Good afternoon, Dmytro Kupira, NGO Життя Life. And I would like to ask Polina Lee. It's been a great pleasure to hear, and what you've been saying resounds. I mean, you've recalled the shaping up or creating of the capable executive entities. We work in the field of public health, and for many years we've been focusing on the protection of the civil society from the tobacco and tobacco smoking, and now this is quite an acute problem because a lot of children now consume nicotine products or substances, and we as a country, but we still have to fill in Directive 40. That's the banning of tobacco for heating with aroma scents. We do have that thing at the parliament, and the government will support it to ban those, because we have from support from the ministry, from the line ministry. My question is the following, and how can the civil society, what type of assistance do you expect from the civil society when it comes to the development of the capacity of executive bodies of the government? Because in our field in civil protection, protection of the society against the tobacco, which overlaps with the protection of the consumer rights, we don't have any consumer rights now. And if it's not an image event that is meant to improve your reputation and that of the client, no one's going to attend this event. If no one's going to, the products are not being checked by the respective entities. I kind of worry how come that with all that's not happening, we're still alive. How can the civil society and the general public can help you so that the bodies, governmental bodies, can conduct scheduled and non-scheduled checks? Sometimes we see that no checks are conducted, so only if there's a complaint, even if there's a complaint that checks is not conducted, on-site visits is not conducted. Daria, I'm not a professional in human right, in consumers' right protection, but I think this is an important thing for the many non-governmental organizations as to how to join in the changes that are happening. I would like to speak about the advocacy. You may cooperate with entities, with respective entities. This is dimension number one. So reform cannot be limited only in adopting of certain legislation. The development, the building up of the institutional capacity of an institution is not guaranteed if there's no attention by the civil society. If the society doesn't pressure, doesn't monitor doesn't conduct the oversight of what should be done. When we talk about the reforms, there are lots of questions to be tackled. Some of the questions are being focused. There's public attention and everybody understands the problem, and different actors pay attention to tackling of the problem. Some other problems are neglected, are not being so they're postponed for further to be resolved further. And since there's aggression on our country and there are lots of things to be done, and in the morning we have mortar shellings or bomb shellings, but we still go to work every morning. It is difficult to define the priorities the right way, and I think that the civil society may help us define the strategical priorities and explain why protection of the consumer rights is extremely important in our path to the European Union, because this is true. We've been talking a lot about fundamentals and we're talking a lot about reforms. This is something that paves the way, our way to the European Union. I mean, I'm talking about the rule of law, but the European Union, is first and foremost, is a unified market. We're going to be integrated in the unified market. Once we've made it, once we start the sectorial negotiations, this will mean like we'll talk about the consumer right protection and about how our products will be granted access to the European market. And you know, there are lots of problems and issues, and in the neighboring hall, the Minister of Agricultural Policy is actively preparing for the two-sided screening in the cluster in the field of agricultural policy. So all these norms, all these standards are first and foremost the basic, like the very first criteria, meeting of which will let us sell in the European Union market freely. So I'm asking you to highlight the importance of different issues when it comes to the European integration, but not only working with the entities, but working with the Parliament of Ukraine and in the public sector, because quite often we run into, and we see that like, for example, we meet different stakeholders, and but somebody asks us, is it a European integration issue? A good example, well-being of animals. For the European Union, if you're in this discourse, if you know what we're talking about, if you know why it's important for the European integration, but if you're meeting a wider, some other people may ask you, how come? There's a war going on, but you're talking about the well-being of the animals. Is the well-being of animals good for the European, important for our integration into EU? We'd like to help us to clearly define why a certain issue should be tackled, what are the steps to be made so that what we do matches the requirements and needs of the European Union. Thank you very much. And I would like to tell you it's a great pleasure that we are having this conference simultaneously as there's a some other events going on, and I hope that, and I know that Daria protects animals, and thank you very much for. What about your question, Maxim, UNCPD? My question goes to Mr. Asier. At the beginning of 2025, the president signed the law on the local self-government law, and this law targets the development of the communication of the citizens of Ukraine with local authorities. And this communication has got to be implemented by means of the implementation in each and every community of the statute of the territorial community, and implementation of the tools of the procedures of the communication in between the government and the community. My question is the following, and by the way, this very law actually is written in the roadmap of the acceding to the EU as one of the tasks to be implemented, to be achieved. My question is the following, the European Commission, how can you help us in the implementation of this very law? Thank you very much. Thank you. Asier, Mr. Asier.
We can help you with the implementation of this particular law the same way we are helping you with the implementation of other laws. So on one hand, we have different programs that are supporting Ukrainian authorities at different levels, central level, regional level, local level, with technical assistance. So in particular, to analyze which are the needs for implementation of the different laws, plus also the drafting, if needed, of bylaws, sometimes that are related with the law. And with local authorities, we have ULIT with Europe, is our main program working on decentralization. They are providing support. Here we have our colleague. They are the ones that are working with Hromadas. They are working at central level also, and they are the ones that are really well prepared to support you with that. This is what we do with Bravo Justice, what we do with Ukraine to EU, EU for PFM, EU for Public Administration Reform. This is how we are helping you already with the implementation of different laws. Thank you.
Дуже дякую. Ще в кінці бачу питання.
Thank you very much. There's one more question. Good afternoon, Igor Balan, the historian, journalist, Kyiv Aviation University. My question goes to, I have a journalist question, all the clusters indicators. These are good things and features, but frankly speaking, for millions of Ukraine, these words mean nothing. Clusters, indicators. I'd like to ask Daria and Polina, the communication channels about the European integration, there have been a great European for You project, there's Ukraine to You project. There have been, and there are some good projects, but tell us, where are we now in terms of communicating of these ideas to the Ukrainian civil society and general public? So we have a strategy on the accession of Ukraine to the EU, and recently the action plan has been approved, updated by the government, and well, definitely, since we are limited in resources, and main resources are sent to defend our country, we cannot allow those promo campaigns we used to have before the full-scale invasion of 2022, but we are supported by our partners, and we're supported by the mass media, and the mass media, thank you very much for that, and the mass media are permanently interested in the questions of the European integration of Ukraine, and the mass media are actively writing them and doing everything about it. But we're contacted, offered cooperation, because this is quite an important issue for the society. We'd like to express our gratitude to the mass media people, because you've been supportive of this, and you keep this topic at the top of your priority lists when broadcasting news to the rest of Ukraine. So currently we're discussing with your rest of Ukraine. We would like to make these communication channels as efficient as possible. We're not talking about general campaigns to support the integration of Ukraine into the EU. The level of support of Ukraine, of integration of Ukraine to EU is very high. Currently, we need to concentrate our attention on some sensitive issues that are on the mind of the Ukrainians when we talk about the integration of Ukraine into the EU. And before the development of a communication campaign of the kind, we're planning a set of foreign groups and foreign focus group discussions to discuss some key issues, to concentrate on our communication. And this is what we're going to be concentrating our attention upon. We'll be discussing economical, social issues, and so on and so forth. Although we are the Euro integration is supported by the Ukrainian citizens, there have been tens of years when Russia was spreading myths about the EU, and no matter the fact that the Russian mass media is blocked in Ukraine, there are some myths that have been leaked into the Ukrainian society. So this is what I'm urging all the partners willing to participate in this, join us, and I'm definite that the project and we will be able to find the right mechanism to be efficient. But skipping conducting huge-scale promo campaigns, and we've met our partners from other candidate countries, and everybody agrees that currently you need to explain the society, you need to single out certain issues, the issues that are on the mind of the people, because there are some issues in the agricultural sector and some others, but when we're talking about the ascending of a country into the EU, the final stage, only then we need to engage loud channels, communication channels to support the ascending of a member country to the EU. This is something that we can improve the use of our sources, and each and every civil society organization working in the field of Euro integration, any expert can additionally communicate this information to the rest of the people. And on the maps with the QR codes you received during the registration, we will circulate this QR code.
Eurocast, practically podcast for European integration and for the fundamental cluster, more precisely, launched by Center for Political and Legal Reforms and with the support of the government, German government. And you can actually look into this. And another link to track of the European integration, which the IDRI developed with the coalition for the broadest imaginable audience to present the state of play, the state of progress, the clusters, the essence, the contents, and you can click around and it's gamification, as it's called now, and you can get to know more about European integration. I can see Vadim's hand raised. He knows about that. Thank you. All PR and Center for Policy and Legal Reforms, we are accumulating this experience. And my question is to Nastasia. Ukraine committed itself not just to reform of the judiciary, but also strengthening of democracy. It is impossible without strong and independent media sector. This is not just part of the first class media. Beyond the first class, play an important role because they make this process more inclusive, engaging different points of view, different views as to how we make progress implementing the requirements of the EU. The media is playing an ever important role. The role is growing in its importance, and we can see this big focus of the European Union to support frontline media, which report events in the areas of hostility. Media hostility. This is important because the media market, there are no advertisers, and so forth. They have no way to make money. But there's a very important segment of this media landscape, which is more important for promotional media reforms. These are media related to NGOs. And so one of the Euro integration draft 12/111 is stuck. It is to implement the European Media Freedom Act. Because of the Hungarian veto, it's been suspended at the presidential office. They decided to suspend, though it was supposed to be put to the floor in June, even May. So, do the delegation see any role supporting this part of in promotional media reforms? Because we risk remain reformless. On reforms. Yes, this is for you. This is for you. Question.
Well, media is definitely one of the pillars of democracy, and we were talking. I mean, we have been talking mostly about the roadmap on rule of law, and a bit on the roadmap on public administration reform. But there is also the roadmap on functioning of democratic institutions, and one of the components of the roadmap on functioning of democratic institutions is media. So in this regard, of course, media is one of the main pillars of the civil society to have an independent, free, sustainable is important. Media is very important for the European Union and for the European Union integration. If you are asking me what we are doing, I mean, in the last, I think, a couple of weeks' time, We signed a contract with Internews Europe to support media, independent media, and also investigative journalism in the country. We have also European Endowment for Democracy that is providing grants to independent media and is working. We have an additional partnership with Deutsche Welle that is working with Suspilna plus other actors. We have 2 projects directly with Suspilna. In fact, we were supporting Suspilna even before the creation of Suspilna through the Council of Europe. So it's perhaps one of the achievements of the European Union in this country, Suspilna. Not only us, of course, with others. And we are now, in the next 2-3 weeks, most probably we'll have new projects with Reporters Without Borders, also providing security and support to journalists at risk, plus another one with IMI. And the idea is to have a call for proposals open for additional funding. We wanted to do it in May. We are in June. I think that it will be in July.
Дуже дякую. Я би особливо підкреслила, що медіа, знаєте, це не просто один стоп демократії, а для країни у війні, яка зберігає демократію під час війни,
that for a country at war, media play perhaps
в нас ще
one
може
of the
бути
most. So thank you very much for the answer, sir. Are there any questions?
Якщо немає
Other
питань,
questions?
тоді
Well,
ми
otherwise,
завершувати, і я попрошу
let me conclude this session. I would like to give every panelist 30 seconds for the crowning message to the audience. Perhaps you need some assistance from international partners, from civil society. 30 seconds call for help. How can we help each other to speed up our European integration? For us, the most important thing is not to sit on our hands, not to relax, keep the pace regardless of decisions being and not being made, because our pace leads to these decisions being made. Thank you.
Well, I would say open your eyes and mind and look at how others did it before. I mean, Maya knows that somehow at one point her country was my second country. Now I left Croatia a long time ago, but it was my first country working abroad in the 90s. Then I have been following it very close, and definitely is a good example. It's a very different country to the one that I first learned about, let's say, when I went first time during the war, and has gone through a war, has gone also through the challenges of post-wars. And but it's not the only one. There are other examples as well, very good in the Baltics also, that there were Soviet countries before. Open your mind, open your eyes, listen and learn from others, and we'll achieve together the European integration for sure.
Мабуть, від мене буде побажання нам усім зрозуміти,
So I think we should all understand that accession to the European Union is not for the government or judiciary or any kind of institution alone. This is for all of us. Civil society, organizations, business. We have to continue. This is not a sprint. This is a marathon, rather. And I just call upon you that we go
2 messages from my side. One,
further
learn from
with the same.
mistakes. Don't look at the best practices because they will tell you nothing. Yeah, it's true, because you don't know what they went through in order to achieve the best practice. So learn from mistakes. And another thing, you know, there is not such thing as utopia. So we need to work for the better future and everything. And critics is okay. This is a message to civil society. Critics is okay, but constructive critics, that's what we are looking for. Thank you.
Так, і теж у нас, так бачите, гарно пішов мікрофон. І
Well, let me say that this is a good bridge to what I would like to say. Let's keep our unity. Our unity is around our joint goal. Our destination is Europe, European destination. So it's all about our step-by-step approach and victorious joining the last stage. This last stage, we would like to, when we are on the home straight, so we'll feel that. But now our unity is tested, and our commitment is tested. So I wouldn't say stakeholders. I rather would call them partners. We're all partners here. Let's work together and be achievers and enablers. Thank you very much. We're all allies here. Thank you very much, all the participants, all the contributors for this excellent discussion. In my view, it is. And whatever happens tonight and next morning, we wake up and go to our nation. Now a technical break for 30 seconds, and we will continue our discussion after that.
Я у свою чергу дуже хочу подякувати усім учасникам цього заходу, цього форуму за ту динаміку, яка в нас склалася упродовж дискусії. І, власне, саме завдяки тому, що прозвучало під час цієї панелі, в мене немає жодного іншого вибору, аніж як
I have no other choice but to introduce our next panel, and this is how it goes. I remember our first European podcast we were doing with Olga Limer and Victoria Melnik, where we discussed the reform of public administration. And it is very difficult with it, a little bit less than demand for it than for other reforms. And I can state that we can do something. And one of the last latest episodes that we did together with Igor Kolyushko and Alexander Sayenko, that was the most popular one back then. And with programmatic cards that you see at the registration table and on your chairs. So we would like to invite as moderator Andriy Zabolotny, expert for governance, policy making, accountability from the Center of Political and Legal Reforms. Please.
Колеги, я дуже перепрошую, я буду
Dear
цим брехати
colleagues, I'm going to play a bad cop. We had 30 seconds, not the real break. The principal break will happen after a conclusion of this panel around 1430, 2 p.m. Until that time, we have to endure. Thank you, Victoria. Thank you for being such an excellent timekeeper. And we would like to greet our participants online. I'm Andriy Zabolotny, governance, policy making, civil service, accountability policy, CPLR. So I have the honor to moderate this panel, which is called Institutions of Democracy and Good Governance. Olena Shulak is our panelist, head of committee for State Crop Local Governance and Regional Developments and Urban Development. Olena. Ramonas Stanionis, member of the Commissioner's Cabinet for Defense and Space, expected to join us online. Oleg Voitovich, Deputy State Secretary of the Cabinet Minister of Ukraine. You're invited. Take your seat. Kalushka, head of CPLR, is with us here. Thank you. Alexander Klyuzhev, advisor to President of the CEC, expert on reform of electoral legislation, head of Olena Sotnik, advisor to Vice Prime Minister, Minister of Justice, Governing Director of Rasmussen globally. Thanks for joining, dear colleagues. Actually joining us. I'd like to thank the organizers and the Defense Forces, first of all, for giving us this very opportunity. Well, dear colleagues, this panel is to call attention to the Copenhagen criteria and the rules establishing the right to join the EU for a country, or actually qualifying criteria, eligibility criteria. These are the political criteria on our way to EU integration. We have to emphasize two reforms and challenges that we have implementing them. So we will discuss that with the practitioners who made themselves conveniently available, and we'll take questions and comments from the floor, both things which have been presented here, as I hope we'll do that with them our way to EU and getting the start from the, and this is something, well, it's our panel is till 1400, so now we have our speakers here. Olena Shulak is the first of them. I already introduced her, and we will hear about the experience of the parliament when the war is raging, and the two reforms hand and interplay with the government and the civil society institutes. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thanks to the sponsors for the opportunity. The topic is, you asked me, because this is part and parcel of security design, and no matter where we are, in Kiev, in Brussels, in Berlin, when we discuss development of democratic processes, we have to say that this is about the experience that has to do for the security component. We understand that authoritarian regimes are based on fear and continuous disinformation, and the things that have no reflection in the it's about the processes that we are trying to jointly develop in our country. This month we have developed three very important roadmaps, extremely important. Most important one for development of democratic institutions, and there's this very important role for the parliament to adopt specific indicators of roadmap, and another task is to continue with this process of implementation politically, and we have to monitor communication, and we have to discuss democratic processes and their development, and that component is communication on at all the venues, and I think we are all very open, and we have different venues at every committee, particularly practically, and to discuss the stated progress report. Recently, we had this big discussion for Ukraine facility, and this civil society and the government, and there was this discussion. Not all the indicators are being implemented.
До речі, сьогодні проголосували важливий законопроект, який стосується взаємовідносин з АРМАю, і
we are assessing this, and we think that 350 million of euros will go to the Ukrainian budget when this is approved. So these are the discussions happening at the platforms of the committees. They are extremely important. Four parts in the roadmap have got to do with the development of democratic institutions. Not going to be talking about the part that has got to do with electoral elections. I would like to highlight some important things having to do with the security, and let me explain you why. When we were approving of the legislation that continued the judicial reform, when we were selecting the High Council of Judiciary, it was important for Ukraine. We knew it, and because the reduction of the political influence on the judges and the judicial system as a whole is not only about the transparency, it's about the national security. That's why in the roadmap there are certain indicators for the parliament to be met, and these indicators have got to do with funding that has got to do with political parties, that is the funding of electoral funds. So those are the steps needed to be made for the legislation to meet the requirements of the international recommendations and the recommendations produced by the Venetian Commission and the recommendations produced by the OSCE. And there are certain fears that it's got to be approved the ASAP because Ukraine has had some negative experience. There were some political forces, pro-Russian political forces functioning in Ukraine. And for us, it is important to know how the electoral funds are being financed and how we can mitigate all the risks for the funding to be transparent, be rooted in Ukraine and not be rooted elsewhere, because we had some negative experience of those pro-Russian parties. A lot of work will be done to expand the capacity of reporting on the side of the political parties. There's Politdata up and running. You can get any information, especially about those parties receiving fundings from the state budget. But this entire system will be improved the best possible, because the reporting issue and the transparency issues will be the top priorities for us. They will be our main indicators. Q3 of 2027, there's planned not only the approval but the implementation of a very important lobbying law. And speaking about honest rules of cooperating with the parliament, dealing with the business, and dealing with the state. So these rules have got to be met according to the standards vigilant in Europe. And what's got to be implemented is the registry digital tools. All the information should be revealed, who, when, and how, and what initiatives are there, and we know how much it's going to cost to the state. And these are going to be transparent things that the parliament will be working using, which the parliament will be using. There's a homework written in the roadmap for the parliament, but there's a problem. and the parliament has failed to deliver. That's the integrity of the MPs. This is number one thing, that's the approving of the code of ethics. And you're probably aware there are lots of different discussions been going on, and over the period of 6 years, the parliament unfortunately has failed to do this homework, and we hope that's what's written in the roadmap will serve as stimulus for the parliament to approve of the respective legislation. And I do like a lot that they'll be reviewed all the procedures on the legislative level, the ones that approve of the integrational laws. And you're probably aware that today, when the MPs are, when the agenda is being shaped for the session at the parliament have been shaped, all the integration laws are marked with the flag with the EU, and we know that this is not enough for the very procedure of the approving of the Euro integration laws be fast, be efficient, and for that we need to get rid of spams and blockings. There are some political forces who may block the Euro integration law, so the entire mechanism on the level of legislation of the approving of the Euro integration laws will be reviewed definitely. We will also review our relations with the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine and how the Cabinet of Ministers reports, and neither we, no MPs, nor the civil society, nor the Cabinet of Ministers, nor the citizens of our country, we don't have enough information on those Friday sessions of the government. When the government reports to the parliament, there should be slightly more modified procedure with different outcomes, and it's all reflected in the tasks that will be done on the level of the improving of the new legislation. I would also like to say about exact deadlines for the implementation of this very important law on public consultations, and I would like to express my gratitude to the representatives of the civil society who for 10 years, over the period of 10 years were doing best for this law to be signed and approved by the president. Part of this law can be used on the level of the local authorities, and local self-government authorities can not be ashamed of and actively implement public consultations. We don't see any active willingness on their part, but I'm definite that these democracy practices will definitely be implemented, and on all the levels and on the level of the MPs as well. And 2027 is the year when the already signed the law be amended and the procedure of public consultations be written for the MPs. The existing law excludes these opportunities because it was not known how to write it and what's got to be done with the submitted alternative draft laws. And I'm definite by 2027. Definitely, there's enough time, but the deadline, everything will be resolved before they'll be created a big online platform that we started, conducted the consultations with the Ministry of Digital Transformation, because this is going to be the very platform that will help all the work in between the parliament, authorities, citizens of Ukraine happening, so that the public consultations be happening not for the tick in a box. This is not what we were willing to have, but we want all the constructive and positive right decisions be taken into the consideration when approving different decisions. I would also like to say that in 2026, there's an indicator in the roadmap that has got to do an important law of the local democracy, and you know that by 2027, I think the previous speakers have spoken about it, our communities need to update the status of our communities. And recently, I contacted the mayor of the city of Lviv, asking him, you know, that Lviv is a youth European country of 2025, but since the statute of the Lviv community wasn't taken into the requirements of our people at the age of 14, they cannot participate in decision making approved of by Lviv city council. So we would like to Lviv, acting as the youth capital, finally update and our IDPs and people who are over 14, so they become full citizens of our communities with having opportunity to impact the budget, participate in public consultations, so that they be able to actively participate in all the processes happening in our cities and villages. We know that so there's a lot to be updated in the status of communities. I would like to draw the attention of our partners in Ukraine and elsewhere. If we're talking about the development of the democracy, we're talking about the participation of the citizens and the true recovery efforts and the true recovery effort of our communities. I would like you to pay your attention to this. I also have a good piece of news for the representatives of for the participants of today's event. Yesterday we had a session of the committee. We created a new subcommittee that will be in charge of temporarily occupied territories, and it's going to be led by Tamila Tasheva, and this subcommittee will be in charge of the issues that have got to do with the local self-organization of the population. Probably you're aware that within the parliament, within the committee, the very important 6319 draft law has gone through reading one. It was difficult to prepare it for reading number two, but we stirred up that process yesterday. Thank you very much, the government, for the roadmap in which you clearly outlined Q4 2025 6319 be approved of, and we, during the upcoming session of the committee, will create a working group. Everyone is welcome. To Maxim Platsiba is ready to join this working group, because I think that this is important and it must be resolved. Speaking about the work of our committee, there's going to be another important task. That's the bringing of the public governance into the newly freed territories and how to bring back the civil administrations and to turn them into the civil administrations. A lot has got to be done by the Ukrainian parliament, the government and the experts, because the full-scale invasion on one hand forced us, because of the security issues, approve of the decisions that are currently regulate the work of the military administrations. But when the peace is back, when we're going to be going back to the peaceful life, we need to go through all the correct, all the democratic procedures correctly, not to prolong the process. I would also like to tell you about the importance of the approved of the anti-corruption legislation. What is important that the entire anti-corruption infrastructure be acting according to the rules that was meant in the very architecture of the reform. Any sociological research shows us that the Ukrainians rank war number one. Problem number two is the war, is the corruption. That's what's on the Ukrainians' mind, and we need that. We not only have to punish the guilty, but we need to prevent all the corruption schemes, thus annihilating corruption to the greatest extent possible. And I may continue for a long time talking about tasks the parliament has got to achieve, but I would like to tell that the parliament is ready, and we're showing our readiness 24/7 when we're talking about our new Euro integration, when we're proof of the important laws which bring Ukraine closer to its EU membership, full EU membership. And the European Commission has voiced on many occasions that the expansion of the European Union is not only integration, it's about long-term security and stability for Europe. So we need to develop democratic institutions. This will help us to improve the security in Europe and full membership of Ukraine in the EU. Thank you very much, Elena, for this quite substantial update and for today's decision of the committee that you work for. And a lot of NGO representatives are interested in these activities, and I would like to express my gratitude for this great opportunity that we can, through the committee, participate in shaping of the laws. And this is interesting, and shaping and polishing the laws is the number one task during the war times. Now I'd like to give microphone to Romunas Stanionis, but I've been told that he is not able to join us online. I would like to give the microphone to Oleg Vaitovich, Deputy State Secretary of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, and he works for the government and he is responsible for the roadmap in state governance. He's got some interesting insights. Mr. Oleg, please share with our audience what the priorities in the field are and what the plans to engage the citizens based on the merit, engage them into the civil service are, because this is what the EU people say, and this is important to make the government strong and make the work of the governmental institutions efficient. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, dear participants, and thank you very much for having invited me to this discussion. Speaking about the insights, I'm not definitely these are going to be insights, because here we have Igor and Igor and Maxim, and there are some other people who participated in the development of the road map. There were 4 heads of the committees of the parliament, including Ms. Olena, the first vice speaker, and Ivan Oristivna, and representing the opposition and the government alike. So we were as transparent as we could be. The technology is simple. The text was available on the Google Disk. Everybody could contribute their proposals, and everyone could see the time and the day the offer was made, the offer was accepted or rejected, and this is how we got the final text approved by the government, submitted to the EU Commission. But I would like to wander away from the practical things and start from a top layer things, because our panel is called Andrei Volodymyrych. What is the title? What is the name of? There was something about institution, and there are 2 reforms: the democratic institutions and good governance. So the democratic sustainability of institutions is what I would like to tell you about. And this is not only my opinion. I think you also share this opinion as well. Let me quote Timothy Snyder. And I don't think you're gonna doubt his point of view. And there was an article published in Ukrainian Pravda: the state cannot exist without functioning institutions and competent civil servants, because destroying of state potentials lead to the fact that the enemy can simply take what it would have fought otherwise. And our situation in Ukraine has shown that these words are true, because despite the war, the beginning of the war and the continuation of the war, the state apparatus, the government was working, is working, and will be working, and this is something that goes along with the resilience and resistance of our people. With the this is something. This is a building brick of ours, of our country. We will win. We will survive. We will retain the vertical, the governmental vertical. But this is not only about us. We have worked a lot, and we continue working with. We check out the experience of the of other countries, and this is discussed by every country, every developed country, the UK, from the UK to the Commonwealth of Australia, and they are reshaping their point of view on the resilience of institutions and the resilience of the state institutions. They link the efficiency of governance to the prosperity of the country. They are asking themselves how the economical differences and the consequences of differences of the work of different institutions, how they impact the economical development of each and every country. I think it's also important for us to start asking these questions. We've heard that there's going to be a URC conducted in Rome, Italy, in 2 weeks from now, and we plan conducting a special workshop dedicated to the state governance. And these are 2 important issues: the efficient state governance as a factor of economical recovery of Ukraine, as efficient direction of economical policy of Ukraine. And definitely, if these are important things in Ukraine and elsewhere, the war, the survival, and the state apparatus need to meet the challenges of the times. It's got to be the most efficient in terms of the number and the financial sources engaged into maintaining of this apparatus. Efficient, professional, highly motivated, and I'm absolutely following in the steps of the ideas that civil servants, people who serve the state, should be highly paid, no matter what country they work for, and integrity, definitely integrity, and kind. They need to be kind, and they need to have integrity. 2 or 3 weeks ago, and a lot of you participated. There was a discussion on transparency. But and one of the issues that I liked, one of the questions I liked, whether we should become the world champions in transparency. And what is the line in between the transparency and professionalism? Because you can have 100% transparency, but the work people do is not professional. So that's why you need to find the correct balance. And there are some good examples, and we need to meet the expectations of our partners. A lot has been said today about European integration and about the roadmap prepared within the framework of our European integration, the roadmap on the reformation of. We closely cooperate with the OSCE. This is the organization, that's the club of rich, wealthy country is the other name. They don't give money, unlike other organizations, but they set clear standards in all the walks of life, state governance or business, environmental, social standards, and so on and so forth.
And we have to be fully in compliance with such standards. There is this unique thing around acquis 33, 35. The only sphere that lacks that has Sigma as the golden standard for compliance and both for the candidate countries aspiring to be members of the EU. And those principles lay foundation for the roadmap adopted by the government. How we worked, and well, I can tell. Share, and we can see our subsequent steps. When we were in preparation of our roadmap, we discussed it with the European colleagues, and the programmatic documents, we wanted them not just to be in compliance with the requirements of Euro integration, the standards used in different normal countries, and our national standards, and we would approach this in that fashion. And we, as an aspiring country, we have to be in compliance, but there are also our national needs that we have to take into account. And now we have to say that we have to wait till the official registration, official confirmation. We'll register the algorithm and call upon you for this work. And we want them to be effective with the apparatus, with the functions that have to be done. And another thing is institution, because the most recent Elon Musk, the United States, and even people like Musk, the institutions can grind and spit out. Excuse my French. Well, that is the regulation. This is about professionals of the staffers and professional use of the effective execution. And this is also for the institutions, strong institutions being able to live through any kind of experiment, any kind of text. This is it's not about any kind of leadership or leading idea. This is about just different regulations and rules. Thank you very much, Oleg. With this, we have to read both Snyder and Musk, and the trend is easy to understand. We understand it all. No Musk, no Musk at this anymore, but
до співпраці, яку, мабуть, очікували багато хто з присутніх тут, адже ви сказали про нову стратегію реформування державного управління, бо чинна завершується у 2025 році, і багато громадських організацій вже на сьогодні ініціюють певні кроки, певні пропозиції щодо підготовки нової, тож будемо очікувати цей від вас меседж. Адже тут є і ЦППР, і РПР, бачу багато представників, які присутні і одразу, мабуть, відреагують на нього. Далі до слова ми запрошуємо пана Ігоря Калюшка, голову управління політико-правових реформ. Ігор Борисовичу, сьогодні ви мали слово, і взагалі неодноразово говорили про те, що затвердження дорожніх карт – це дуже добре, водночас є певні
this is very good, and we have certain challenges, and we would like to ask you whether you can cope with those challenges and how this can be done in the context of security on our way to the EU. Well, thank you. And let me start with the acknowledgements of the EU delegations, the governments. They do a lot, no doubt. So thanks for their openness. But well, I have to play my role as representative of the civil society and discuss something that they do not complete or conclude. And based on the topic, I have managed this remark or offered this remark on terminology. Maybe people were not listening to the interpretation, not all of you. And we discussed things here using governance of public administration in English. In the documents, though, this notion is translated as Державне управління public administration in Ukrainian. In academic literature, you might find governance, and there's also another term, alternative term, and very few people the interpreter used both державне управління and державне. I would like to focus your attention. We should actually, well, it's been 37 years or something, or 36 years, and we haven't yet made up our minds, being candidates, that we cannot really interpret the basic terms and use them consistently. And of course, my point of view is purely academic, and the Soviet word управління is not correct because the state does not manage. Well, that's what stems from this. Управлять was a universal verb for manage, write and guide for the Russian language. In the Soviet usage, we have all the documents about public administration as державне управління, which will not deserve becoming part of the European Union, and where they use totally different terms and words. And I think this is also a problem with our attempts. Now, speaking of the institutions, one of the key things is efficiency in policy making, policy implementation. Well, for a long time, the government and their documents used directorates. Well, we had a whole chain of decisions for the directorates and the directorates to serve as a structural, as a unit responsible for development policy. And well, that is something that is missing in this new roadmap. There are no directorates mentioned. It's not about immediate the problem, but the word, the notion of directorate is not there. So I've been thinking to myself, perhaps we should do without directorates. And the sponsors have already revealed this secret before I had any chance to use it, and they actually betrayed my trick. And they were referring to the Center for Political and Legal Reform. And it struck me that if we discuss the achievements, the key merit or feature that led me to that, that's laziness. Because I'm always reluctant to do anything myself. Hence, I always try to engage some smarter people, more intellectual people, invite them as associates of our center, for them to work, and for me okay or not okay, well, accommodate or not accommodate, accept or not accept their ideas. That's a ministry for you in any democratic country. It is efficient not when they implement the minister's ideas, ministers alone. It's when they give hints to the minister as to what and when should be done. And if we discuss the institutions only when we have genius ministers always in place, well, I'd like to wish for that, but it will never be that. It will never come true. But the effective machinery on apparatus, a ministry, the apparatus should be there. And it's been a long time since we developed a technology described in many documents, the strategy for public administration reform, Sigma recommendation. And it doesn't matter whether we call them directorates, departments, bits. Well, let's call them something and start delineating the policy, delineating policy and implementation of the policy, and start creating apparatuses or machinery, not waiting for any instructions from the ministry, and for just to offer something to the minister for them to shop and decide and choose. Well, otherwise we won't fit in the EU, even when accepted and when we have entered. Many civil servants or officials are against effective units in the ministries, and I'm afraid that without frank communication, frank discussion, we cannot achieve that. Well, there's no mention of local state administration in the roadmap. Perhaps it is so because when they were drafting it, they would think that, well, in March, we were supposed to be adopt 4298, translate the draft into law, but now this draft 4298 is buried or put into a long drawer, whatever. They call it burial. Well, it's sent back for loan conditioning. It's on the back burner, to use this phrase. So, and there's the draft adopted in the first reading that has a totally different approach, an opposite approach, creating a new threat in my opinion. Quasi-feudal system, the regional level, they are overburdened with the powers the way they are, and they will have some supervision, authority over local communities. And this is a good way to put some pressure on national authority and deemed necessary. So the roadmap actually fails to discuss this problem, and the vector that is being favored by the government at this point, because you cannot make laws for every single problem, because the problem is in us and doing prefects offices. That's something that is on the horizon. It's been there for years now. And unfortunately, nothing has been done. 42, 98, and that is to the extent that was allowed for by the constitution. That was actually a gaping gap, and that was not convergence, but distancing pardon. Well, let me say, there's another example that also demonstrates just how important it is not just to write a law, draft a law, and adopt, but function according to the principles that are adopted by the European Union that we are aspiring to achieve. Well, you know the law on lawmaking, on legislative operation. There are many good things in that law. Policy documents, the deliverables, to be shaped, to be drafted, to be pipelines, but the most recent news, in order to implement this law and to implement some kind of presidential decree, the prosecutor's office creates a working group to prepare a concept paper for combating crime. Well, my immediate question is, what does prosecution have to do? Well, they say they are right at the helm. We are ones in charge. So they draft this piece of legislation on public policy in preventing crime and crime prevention. And they have the role for the prosecutor's office, cabinet ministers, among other things. But first of all, the role of the prosecutor's office as the principal body in policy making. And they say we implement it. Wow, No doubts there. And it should all come home here. So that's the twisting of it, to the extent when it becomes the opposite of what it was supposed to be in the first place. And the presidential decree will be also executed, I'm sure. So, and one last thing, because I have to skip two bullet points. But let me say that we have this issue of lobbyism now. We have registered two or three, I don't remember how many, drafts on amendments or making changes. The own lobbyism was adopted earlier. It is a bit vague, blurred, I would say. It's not effective yet anyway. So how will it operate and how will it make people liable for failure to comply with them? And
закони про лобізм в інших країнах працюють?
well,
Пишуть, дійсно, такі закони є.
well, there are
лобісти, це ті, хто представляють приватні
the
інтереси
lobbyists are those people who represent somebody else's private interests
ухвалення законів, інших
in adoption of the laws and so forth. Well, that's just normal. And we provide them with the rights.
So they're granted access to information, they can show their information. But since there are lots of organizations, we have lots of non-governmental organizations, scientific institutions, there are lots of other institutions who are granted access to all the information and they work in the field of advocacy, of state policy included without this very law. As some of the NAZK don't like it, and they say no. Currently, we'll have to get registered as a lobbyist, otherwise you won't be granted the right to operate with the parliament, with the committee of the parliament. You as a scientist or you as a non-governmental organization having your own views won't be able to perform advocacy unless you're registered as a lobbyist. And if you keep on doing without registration, there's another draft law, present charges, administrative charges against you. Right? I'm not sure how the story is going to be ending, just to prevent some bad things to happen. I'm telling you this, but this is the discussion that's been going on for several years in our country, and I'm aware that somebody may not like the activities of non-governmental organizations, but I would like to urge you, dear people governing the country, on you as you tell us thank you for our activities, but on the other hand, at the same time, you're making our activities not possible, blocking our activities. I'm not going to be acting as a lobbyist. I'll never be working for somebody. I've been acting as a non-governmental agent. I work for the interest of the country the way I understand it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this great igniting speech of yours. I would like to greet you on your 60th anniversary. Thank you very much for the good governance reformation that you participate in. And currently we have an online of Olga Stefanishin, the Minister of Justice of Ukraine, and the Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic integration of Ukraine. Thank you very much. You scared me when I have joined the meeting online, and unfortunately I haven't been able to listen to all the speakers. But I would like to express my gratitude to you for having invited me, number one, number two, and I think that it is extremely important what the European Commissar Martikos said. She's a person who doesn't know a lot about Ukraine, and she was little into the international policy before she was given this position. Day one, in her new role, she spent the day with Kaya Kyles and President Koshtin. She went to Ukraine, and we have had a full day of discussions, and she had a chance to discuss a lot with the president about the expansion of the EU. In her communication, she wrote a very simple message that the reforms and the transformation having to do with the modifying or change in the country, which would like to become an EU member, is the main national objective and the work to be done. My work is to secure the state functions so that they be made. We spoke about this at the very beginning of the full-scale invasion when we were making the application for full membership in the EU, when we were producing the questionnaires. We were getting the candidate status, and when we're launching the negotiations, I will say that this wouldn't be possible without the assistance and the experience and the expert support on the side of the civil society, our analytical center's experts. And I will always remember, and I do now, anytime we needed help, we got together. We always get together, and then shoulder to shoulder, we would work together to attain our objectives. And today I would like to express my gratitude for the work done, and I would like to express my gratitude that during this very important stage, when we are already conducting negotiations on our membership, on Ukraine's membership, we have met all the requirements. We've produced quite a heavy plan of the reformation in the rule of law. I call it heavy plan because we are a little bit dissatisfied in the European Union means that the decision is correct. If the result of the consensus is that everybody is slightly discontent. But I think our greatest achievement is that we've included all the topics, we've included all the spheres, every question that was raised during the discussions that lasted for more than a year while these documents were being prepared. And the true work will actually begin after the negotiations will have started, because the implementation of the tasks will become the objective. We have lots of plans, but definitely what lies ahead is a new decade of transformations that we are entering with this vision. And as a person who represents the state, the government of Ukraine, I think that this is the best process for us because we are aware of the objectives that we have to attain. We are aware of the tools that we may use that are at our disposal, and our strength is in the fact that we have an exclusive right to be a member of the EU. We have an exclusive right to tell the conditions of expansion, because the policy of expansion has become a key thing for the European Commission because of Ukraine, because of our capacities. And I'm so much happy that during each and every stage that is currently happening with the full-scale war lasting for 3+ years, we are considered as one that are capable of delivering. And I was so much pleased that when the roadmap of public governance public administration reform was being developed, we were discussing not only the transformation in the civil service, but we also were discussing how the governance in the state should look so that we be able to be efficient and capable strong member of the European Union. And over many days and months and years of our joint effort, we can trace some positive changes that are currently taking place right now. Dozens and dozens, maybe even now hundreds of civil servants of new generations have joined the civil service, and we implemented the positions of deputy of governors, the heads of the oblast administrations. On of the European integration, they create their own local capacities, and now each and every minister, each and every state institution has got a strong team, teams responsible. They've been through some battlefields, as we call it, and I'm so much pleased that in case of some if the civil service fails to do something, we hear from the experts in the civil society. They help us. I think it's positive. It's good, because one cannot imagine that you know everything, you do everything, you're successful 24/7. Definitely there'll be some fails, and this balance helps us to keep track of everything that's happening, and we help each other, urge each other to reach out for the goals and by making right decisions. So I'd like to welcome all of you that the Parliament has approved of a set of important bylaws today, the Euro integration ones, and we have been developing them, and these are some nice decisions and solutions, and they will have the consequences of additional fundings within the framework of the Ukraine facility. And in addition to our capacity, in addition to the implementation of the roadmaps, I think what important is the community and social dialogue within political teams, dialogue with the civil society, as to how to get to the point that's called the Ukrainian membership in the EU, and not got broken on the way, because lots of decisions have got to be made. Some tough solutions and decisions have got to be made. But I'm so much happy that we've created this great opportunity, and I'm so much confident that our joint work will lead to the fact that the leaders will make the decision by the end of this month that Ukraine has got to launch the negotiations on Cluster 1, and we will be actively advancing in all the negotiation clusters. And I dearly hope that together we will be able to celebrate this decision. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Olga, for your optimistic speech, and we're so much happy to hear your thesis that all the victories this month and the days and the victories in the European integration is something that you and I did, and you speak about daily work and the assistance on the civil society institutions. This does inspire us to continue be victorious, and the main thing that you said are the achievements of Ukraine, and that the negotiations, we want the negotiations be launched as soon as possible. Thank you very much for your participation. Over to Alexander Klyuzhev. And definitely, we hope that Mr. Klyuzhev, advisor to the chairman of the Central Electoral Commission, election is something very important, and the civil society and the general public needs to know more what the very first elections once the war is over are, what the challenges are. Please share with us about possible manipulations so that we be able to fight a threat of disrupting of the elections. I think that Ukraine is a creative country. We have creative society. My colleague on the left has started speaking about institutions. I will try to answer your question from the point of view, the second part of our panel, the risk factors and safety factors for Ukraine and EU. Continue on the thought of Ms. Stefanishin that during each and every stage of the negotiation, we need to have two equal subjects who enrich each other equally from the point of view of experience and decisions made by these joint challenges. I would like to reveal what serves the basis of this roadmap. Why this is important for me? Because when I was a representative of non-governmental sector and then the representative of a state institution, I was engaged in development of this roadmap. My very first thought during stage was that, in fact, by looking the answers to each and every problem, Ukraine gives the answer not only to itself, but it gives the answer to the European institutions as well, no matter what part of the roadmap you take. Why it's important to stress it, starting with the overall framework of democracy, elections and media, mass media during war, political fundings and electoral finances, the role of the government, public civil society. So we look at this process from two different angles, and we look for an opportunity to effectively study the experience of the European Union that they currently have developing. It's good that our roadmap coincides with yet another stage of the implementation of the European Union, of the measures to protect the democracy, and by means of protecting of democracy and by means of influencing of the European institutions, mutual influence in Ukraine on the Europe on Ukraine. I would like to tell you about this roadmap, and with this very thing, we can be looking for new opportunities for growing, not only fulfilling the obligations, but also can use the expertise of our own and that of the European Union. And speaking about, so if we look at this from this angle, starting in 2017, the European Union started building up a strategic framework to protect the democratic institutions and from the external intrusion of on the part of the anti-democratic regimes. After 2022, this activity was intensified on the level of operational plans and the implementation of the institutions. And currently, we've got a discussion on the level of the European Union with regards to the package of the protection of democracy within the EU, and on all these documents that protects from the external invasion. It says that there should be cooperation in between the members and the future members in the documents of the European Parliament. And Ukraine is mentioned in the documents with its unique experience in counteracting of information manipulations and interventions on this part of the Russian Federation, and protecting of the critical infrastructure and the electoral infrastructure from cyber threats. And within the framework of this needs of cooperating with Ukraine, not only within the framework of the negotiations, we can actually go on with implementing of the roadmap on the democratic institutions, namely in the elections, fundings, and the media during the elections. And let me start with some characteristics of the European approach to protect democracy. And the approach is created by the multi-sectoral efforts in this roadmap. And let me start with the fact that the European Union, by means of cooperating with the candidate countries or the partners of the EU, foresees reinforcing of international cooperation and the national coordination to protect democratic institutions. And if we recall the map on the democratic institutions, we have a big chunk of tasks having to do with the development of legislation for the post-war elections on the level of the Committee of the Organization of the State, governance on the level of the Working Group of the Central Electoral Committee, the different international IFIS, Ukraine, so on and so forth. The mechanisms were discussed, the mechanism of protection of Ukrainian electoral procedures, protect them against the external interventions, especially after the war, post-bellum, which is in the white book developed with the help of our partners. And I think that this serves good basis so that this coordination mechanism and the cooperation with the European Union with its institutions and the national level, we be able to look legitimate consensus, collegial way of identification of risks of external intervention and acceptable means of protection of one's democratic mechanisms. It's important because when we see strategic documents of the European Union, on one hand, it says that definitely this is the obligation of not only of the European institution, but the countries, member countries, to protect their democracies. But at the same time, there's a reference that definitely any means of protecting democracy shouldn't lead to making the standards worse and shouldn't create risks for the democracy. And these risks are resolved by means of consensus and by other forms. This is my assumption. They can be part of the legislation about the post-war elections. So we have developed a model, a practical model, while developing this roadmap. And everybody, there's not one who is 100% satisfied with it, but everyone has participated in the development of it, in the development of this roadmap. Speaking about another important piece where the roadmap meets the European approaches and where we can have field for joint work, that's the fighting the informational intervention, the fighting of disinformation, fighting of fake information, which undermines the election institute in many countries and democratic practices and so on and so forth. Let me repeat that according to the assessment of the European Union, Ukraine now, with no elections during the martial law, is a key player that the information aggression and manipulations are streamed at. The measures to fight informational intervention and manipulations are widely represented in the part of the roadmap that has got to do with the media during the electoral campaign and the managing of the political advertisement and so on and so forth.
Transparency of expenditures on campaigning online also. That part was present. It is important to proceed with the functionalities. There's this functionality of services for the elections after the war and after lifting of the martial law, and better protection of the infrastructure within state register of voters involved, and this is a critical block for after the war elections. But it is also a very important part that the European Union after they are interested in Ukraine sharing the experience of countering cyber threats and cyber protection, also for the electoral infrastructure, which is according to the European Parliament should be recognized, widely speaking, as critical infrastructure. And a very important block there is informing of voters' awareness to counter manipulations, also with the certain interferences or attempts to compromise the system. It should be especially fine-tuned for that, and transparency of political finance, financial, electoral campaigns, reporting, the single control body, and requirements to control and state finance, grading, and this is the acute, this is the topical issue that we have to face. It goes further than that. It is important for the European institutions. We are all in search of this joint solution without waiting for the final integration of Ukraine, but using the opportunities which Ukraine and the EU have from the point of view of the problems. And the political finance, this is critical precondition avoid any interference, because sometimes we cannot really immediately tell where it is external and where it is internal. But if there are some preconditions for illicit funding, that creates the breathing point for undermining of democratic institutions. Just to ground this presentation, let me mention 2 points. For the roadmap, it is very important to look for joint solutions. It seems to me that we have not yet found a clear answer to the question about the best way to protect democratic institutions through soft power with recommendations. It's not just about governmental institutions very often, but political parties, some groups of officials, election administrators. And if we look up the documents of the European Union and the state of play in different EU countries, very often we can see that those measures prove more effective than any kind of legislative change. And Ukraine should think about the best way of reintroducing elections, and before that, how we should proceed that with the energy of political subjects to be used without legislation. How to prepare for the election without legislation based on the will expressed by the institutions themselves, protection of democracy, well, cybersecurity, manipulation, financial infusions. That can be done with the soft measures, with commitment of the political players. That's the best way to demonstrate that through the association with the European policy. Thank you very much, Alexander, for this in-depth analysis, protection of democracy, and for the model of after the war election. And the best of luck in implementation of the roadmap. And now, Olena Sotnik is our last speaker for the panel, advisor to Vice Prime Minister, Minister of Justice.
Дякую дуже.
Government
По-перше,
partner.
я всім вам вдячна,
Well,
що
I'm
спробую вас
very
не мучити
grateful.
в цій
I
короткій
think
паузі
that
між
you are
моїм
quite
виступом і,
exhausted by this
напевно,
time,
кавою.
so I'm standing between you
Але
and
в
some
той же час,
refreshments, I suppose.
щоб було
But
цікаво,
at the same
кілька
time,
таких дуже практичних
to be
інсайтів, яких,
very
напевно,
practical
ви
with
там
my
десь в ЗМІ не
insights,
прочитаєте.
I think you
Що я
will
роблю, в принципі,
discuss
серед
that.
всіх
So
цих
what I
поважних
do
спікерів і експертів?
among those distinguished
Я
speakers
якраз
and
відповідала за
experts, what
модерацію, координацію
kind of business can I have
дорожньої карти по
here?
демократичним
Well,
інституціям.
the
І
roadmap
мала
for democratic
честь
institutions I
координувати неймовірну
contributed to,
кількість
and I
прекрасних
coordinated
людей,
a great
громадських
number of
організацій, інституцій.
great
І я
people
вважаю
and
взагалі
public
інтелектуальний
institutions
світ
and
цієї нації, тому
the
що
intellectual cream
демократичні
of this
інституції
nation, I
це
would
про
say,
бачення,
because democratic
про бачення
institutions
вперед,
are that being
приблизно як у
visionary.
Курбаса про театр, про
It's
те,
like
що він
Les
є
Pulvers in
фактично має
theater,
бути
the
суспільством,
famous Ukrainian director of
яке наступить завтра, так
the
само і
first
бачення
half of the
демократичних
20th
інституцій.
century. The
Це
same
плюс-мінус
is
про
the
таку
vision
ж
of the
історію.
democratic institution. This is
І
about history. This is
дорожня
about
карта – це
background.
продукт
And the
дуже
roadmap
багатьох людей,
is
теж
an
дуже
output
інклюзивний
of many, many
продукт.
people, very
І я думаю,
inclusive
що в
in
такому ж
its
ритмі ми будемо
nature,
продовжувати
and I think at the
працювати
same
над
kind of
впровадженням
way
цієї
we will
дорожньої карти.
continue with the
Але
implementation
я не буду
of this
зупинятися
map.
прямо на, знаєте, на
But
всіх цих
I'm
розділах,
not dwelling
заходах і так далі, і так
upon
далі.
all
На сайті
those
Кабінету Міністрів, в принципі, вони мають бути публічними.
activities
Всім,
or
кому цікаво,
events.
ви можете відкрити,
Should we all
подивитися,
promulgate,
почитати.
publicize by the
Формат дорожніх
site?
карт не
The
нами
cabinet of
придуманий.
ministers, it's not our
Розділи
invention,
дорожніх карт не нами
mind you. The
визначені.
chapters
Треба
are not
розуміти, що це
designed by us.
повністю
We have
запит
to
від
understand that
Європейського
that
Союзу.
was all
Чому я про
coming
це
from the
говорю і це підкреслюю?
The reason
По-перше, нам
why
треба
I'm
припинити самих себе
discussing
сварити.
that is that we should stop nudging ourselves, because in that way we will never
І я вам
join.
можу сказати, що дуже по багатьом аспектам, як колишня
too many
парламентарка, людина, яка дуже багато
member of
працювала якраз в
parliament
сфері
and the first
демократії в Раді Європи. Я була на багатьох
the Council
спостережних
of Europe
місіях виборчих
democracy. I was on
вже
many
в країнах,
monitoring
членах
missions,
Європейського Союзу. І
EU
у мене є
countries,
дуже багато
and I
аргументів,
have
чому навіть
lots of
той стан, в якому
arguments in
ми на
favor
сьогоднішній
of
день є, навіть якщо
our
відкинути
state of play.
військовий
If
стан і
we
всі обмеження,
forget
які з ним
about the
пов'язані,
martial law
ми
and all
можемо
the
говорити
limitations
по
related to
багатьом
it,
аспектам, чому в
we can
принципі
discuss in
копенгагенські
many
критерії
aspects that the
по багатьом
Copenhagen
напрямкам вже на
criteria in
сьогоднішній
many
день
areas
виконуємо. Я
we
це буду говорити, я в цьому
successfully
впевнена.
implemented. I'm sure of
Питання
that.
лише
Mind
окремих
you,
якихось нюансів.
it's
Тому
just about
я
some
б
nuances.
дуже була обережна за
So I would
цими
be
спробами
very careful
постійно
with
себе
attempts
сварити. Другий
to
момент. Дорожні карти не
be
є панацеями.
too critical
Дорожні карти це не
about
є
our own
100%
performance. Roadmap is
історія
not
якогось
a
переліку
success
реформ
story
або
when
змін,
you
які
tick in the box
призведуть нас
different
до
reforms immediately leading
щасливого майбутнього.
to our
Дорожні
happy
карти, в
future.
принципі, створені за
Roadmaps are
очікуваннями
created
і
based on
рекомендаціями
expectations,
Європейської комісії. Це
recommendations of
те,
the
як вони
EC,
бачать,
European
який шлях для
Commission.
них зрозумілий,
That's
щоб
how they
моніторити
see
наш
it
прогрес
and to
в
monitor our
досягненні
progress
тих або інших аспектів,
in
зокрема
achieving our
верховенства
current
права,
aspects like
демократичні
rule of
інституції,
law,
публічне
democratic
управління. Але це
institutions,
не
and public
означає, що це
administration. But this
вичерпний
does
перелік.
not
І дуже по
constitute
багатьом
an
аспектам, дуже по
exhaustive
багатьом
list.
реформам, якщо ми
And
дійсно
for many
хочемо якихось
aspects, if
конструктивних
we
змін, в яких ми
need
відчуваємо
some
потребу,
constructive
це наше
changes where we
домашнє
feel
завдання.
need for it,
І ми
this
так,
is
коли
our homework.
з колегами
And with the
обговорювали цю
colleagues, we
дорожню карту,
discussed
ми
its
говорили, що,
roadmap
звичайно, план
some
наших
time
бажань,
ago, and
скільки
we
всього б
agreed
хотілося
that, of
включити,
course,
він був
we have the
набагато
wish list.
більший.
The wish list
Але
much
скажу
bigger
вам, що в
than
наших
what is
неофіційних
possible to achieve.
консультаціях, а після
But in
кожного
our
раунду підготовки дорожньої карти були
consultations,
неофіційні
our
консультації з
informal,
Європейською
we had
комісією.
informal
Нам
consultations with
постійно
the European
викидували якісь
Commission.
заходи
Each
або
time they would
викидували якісь окремі
cross
напрямки,
something
просто
out
з тією
or
метою,
strike
що
out some
ми
areas.
оптимізували і
They wanted to
сфокусувалися на тому,
streamline
що для них є
our
важливо.
activities
Тому я хочу це
in
прямо
the way
підкреслити, щоб ми
they want
зрозуміли, що
us
дорожні
to
карти
progress,
в рамках
proceed.
нашого перемовного процесу
So
і
it's about
умовно
our
реформи, як реформи
negotiation
суспільства, яких ми
process,
потребуємо,
the
це
reform of the
не
society
обов'язково
that we
один і той самий обсяг. Те, що нам внутрішньо треба зробити,
aspire
воно
for.
може бути
This is
набагато
our
більшим,
internal
набагато
can be
амбітнішим.
much bigger, much
Але
more
те, що є в
ambitious.
дорожніх картах, це наш,
But
як то
for
кажуть,
the
мінімальний
roadmaps,
маск для
well,
того,
this is
якщо ми маємо серйозний
must
намір,
do part, the minimum,
в тих строках, які
and
ми плюс-мінус
with
амбітними, я
the
вважаю,
time
для себе
constraints, I
заявили
think
до
quite
30-го року,
ambitious.
претендувати на те, що ми
2030,
будемо
we
відповідати всім критеріям для
claim that
вступу
we
до
will be in
Європейського
compliance
Союзу.
with all the criteria
Третій
relevant.
аспект, і мені
The
здається, він
third
дуже важливий, це
aspect,
ті
and
строки,
it
які
seems
ми
to
на
me that
себе
it is
взяли.
very
Якщо ви
important,
подивитесь
is
дорожню
about the
карту, то
deadlines.
там,
With the deadlines,
здається,
you
максимальний
should
рік
see
27,
the
ну, принаймні в нас по
roadmap
демократичним
through a
інституціям.
different
Це дуже
prism.
амбітна
It's
мета, дуже
2027.
амбітна.
Very
І це
ambitious
означає,
indeed
що по всім цим
for the
напрямкам
democratic
робота
institutions
має
to be fully
відбуватися
established.
не
This work
послідовно,
should
як
not
принаймні
be
ми намагалися працювати над
well
дорожньою картою, а паралельно. Тобто
consecutive. It
паралельно
should
більше 100
be
різних
simultaneous.
заходів, плюс-мінус,
With
мають
more than
відбуватися на різних
130
рівнях,
130 activities at
починаючи,
different
Олена
levels.
пішла від парламенту,
When
які мають дійсно
is gone,
прискоритися
but it starts with
роботі
the
над
parliament
євроінтеграційними законопроектами,
for the
закінчуючи
Euro integration
так звані неформальні
and
заходи, до
with
яких,
the
наприклад, напряму
informal
будуть
ones
залучені
included,
буде залучене громадянське
say,
суспільство.
for the civil society
Що
to
далі?
contribute
Мені
to.
здається, що перше
Well,
основоположне,
I think
по-перше,
that
те,
the
що на
principal
основі цієї
thing
дорожньої
here
карти,
is
якщо ви
that
хочете
based on
знати,
this
як виглядає
roadmap,
українська
we
перемовна
want to see
позиція
how
по
our
принаймні
stance
демократичним
looks
інституціям, але в
negotiation
принципі те саме стосується
concerning
верховенства
democratic
права, і те
institution,
саме
but it's
стосується
basically the
публічного
same for the
управління.
public
Відкривайте
administration
дорожні
and rule
карти,
of law.
і в принципі
Open
зведення
up
до
your
7 сторінок
roadmap,
тексту
and
це і
it's
є перемовні позиції
actually
України
boiled down to
по
7
цим
pages.
розділам.
7 pages, but
Це
these
означає,
are
що
all
цим
the
ми якби
commitments
виходимо
of
до
Ukraine.
Європейського Союзу. Ясно,
That's
що на
how
основі
we enter
звіту
the European
вони
Union,
можуть нам
of course,
виставити
based
якісь
on
додаткові
this
очікування, вимоги,
report, they can present some additional requirements, but after
дадуть свою позицію.
After
На основі
having
цього сформуємо вже конкретну дорожню карту по кожному
confronted their
заходу,
positions
по
with our
кожному відповідальному.
opposition, I say,
І
our
всі
position,
разом
our
спільно, я, чесно
stance, we
кажучи,
can
поки що не
together.
уявляю, яка кількість
I
ресурсів
do not
насправді
know
нам
what
на це
kind
буде
of
потрібно.
resources we will
Маємо це
possibly need for
виконати.
this, but we should
І я вже це не говорю про те,
do
що
that.
амбітна є
It's
мета
a must.
відкривати інші
It is
кластери.
very ambitious to
Відкриття
open
інших кластерів
other
буде потребувати
clusters. Other
плюс-мінус
clusters
такого
will
ж залучення,
require
такої ж роботи. Я ще
more or less
координую
the
п'ятий
same level
кластер,
of
дуже важкий
engagement. The fifth
по АПК
cluster
і
is very
розвитку
difficult for
сільських територій. Я вам просто можу
the
сказати, що в
development of
цілому, якщо
rural
подивитися на
territories
обсяги,
and
які ми на себе зараз беремо,
PK,
то
whatever
це
it
історія
means.
про
But
яку я сказала першу. Ми маємо припинити себе
we
сварити
have
і
to
подумати
stop
реалістично,
being
де у нас вже є
self-reproachful.
сильні позиції.
And we
Ці
have
сильні позиції презентувати, де у нас є
to
слабкі
present
позиції,
our
теж
forties,
чесно
and
про
the
них
weaknesses
заявити.
should be also
Не приховуючи, це не про історію, що нам за
admitted,
це поставлять оцінку 5 чи там 12
and
по нинішній системі. Це
it's not
історія про те,
about
що
race.
ми
It's
маємо
about
заявити про
us
необхідні
being
потреби,
able
які нам
to claim
будуть
the necessaries,
знадобляться для
the
того, щоб
needs
реалістично реформи
for
імплементувати,
implementation of
про
those
ресурси, які
reforms,
будуть
the
потрібні, про
resources that we
експертів,
will
які
need,
будуть потрібні,
the
ну і,
experts
звичайно,
that we will
реалістично
need, and
оцінювати
of
час.
course,
Тому що
realistic
моя
timing.
остання теза, що
Because my
ми
last point
можемо
is
довго
this: we
обговорювати те, що
can
ми
discuss it
запланували,
at length,
і
what we
те, як
planned,
буде це
and
Європейська
how
комісія
this
оцінювати.
will
Але
be
ключова історія полягає в тому,
implemented by,
на чому варто всім
evaluated, actually
зосередити увагу.
appreciated
Що
by the
більше це не
Europeans.
як в угоді
But
про асоціацію,
it's not
коли ми її
so
оцінювали з
like the
точки зору
association agreement
прийняття
when we
кількості
approached it from the point of view
євроінтеграційних
of
законопроєктів.
the number of
Більше
drafts
такий
translated
якби
into law,
формат оцінки
converted into law. It is
нашого поступу
more
до членства в ЄС не
about our
працює. Ключовий
progress
формат оцінки
towards
це імплементація.
full
Тобто
membership.
це все,
It's
що ми заявили,
implementation.
має запрацювати на
And everything
практиці.
should work
А що означає
practically.
запрacювати на
And what
практиці?
this
Це не ми
practicality
тут
means
експерти і
is not
координатори,
us,
модератори про це
experts,
поговоримо, як
coordinators,
ми це бачимо.
moderators,
А це коли
well,
люди, громадяни
presented a
скажуть,
paper
так,
on
я
that,
знаю,
talking
наприклад,
about it.
що
And
там
it's when
працює
the
якісно
public,
інформаційний центр по
yeah,
виборчим правам.
any member of
Або
public can
так, я знаю,
say
що
that they know how
точніше,
electoral
дорожня карта
rights
повернення
work,
плюралізму
the
в
pluralism coming
сфері
back
медіа
for the
імплементовано,
media.
це відчуває там умовно,
I can see how
включаючи
this is implemented with
певні джерела
certain
інформації.
sources
І так далі, і
of
так
media
далі.
information,
Оце
so
буде
on
з
and so
точки зору
forth. And
нашого
that
виконання
is from the
зобов'язань
point of view of
точкою.
our
І останнє щодо викликів.
commitment
Я вам чесно скажу,
is
що я ключові виклики бачу насправді
the
навіть
final
не так в
stroke.
Україні і навіть не так там з
Challenges, the way I
ресурсами,
see them, it's
політичними
not about
дискусіями,
resources,
складними
political
консенсусами. Я бачу цю проблему більше в самій
discussions and
методології розширення.
consensuses as much. It's
І це
about
такий,
methodology of
знаєте,
enlargement.
чорна кішка в темній кімнаті, про
This is
яку
like a
чомусь
black
мало
cat
хто
in a
говорить.
black room.
Але
Nobody
методологія
discusses.
розширення на сьогоднішній день, яка є
And
в
the
Європейському
methodology of
Союзі,
enlargement adopted
вона
by the
для мене
EU
виглядає
presently
максимально неефективною.
looks
Особливо
as
для
inefficient as one
цього
might
першого
imagine.
фундаментального кластеру,
From this
де
first fundamental
більшість
cluster,
критеріїв
where the
копенгагенських, вони ж
majority of
дуже
the
розмиті.
so-called
Це ж не
Copenhagen
конкретика, не
criteria
конкретні
very,
регламенти,
very
які
vague.
є
This is
по
not a
внутрішнім ринкам, по
regulation
екології
for
або
the
по
internal
АПК.
markets,
Це дуже
environment, or
розмита рамка, яку
defense
кожна
industries.
країна-член буде
Every
оцінювати по-своєму.
member
Але голосувати
has
за виконання або
their
невиконання
own
цих критеріїв
view,
вони будуть
and
спільно разом. І от я думаю,
they
що
evaluate together.
в тому числі,
And
що ми маємо
that's the
всі з
trick,
вами адвокатувати,
basically. We have
і
all
громадянське
advocates,
суспільство, і
the
уряд,
civil
і
society, the government
експерти, і, в принципі,
and the
суспільство
experts.
українське, це те,
We
що
have
сама методологія
to
розширення має бути
advocate for the
змінена, тому що
methodology of
вона
enlargement
несправедлива і вона може
changed
бути
because
заполітизована
it's
на
simply
кожному етапі.
unfair.
Те, що ми з вами
And
приймемо суперскладні
over-politicized. We can
реформи,
adopt
не є для нас
those
гарантією того, що
over-sophisticated
нам
reforms,
27
but
країн-членів
that
поставлять
does not
галочку по цьому
guarantee
напрямку.
chicken in the box by all the
Тому
27
нас чекає
members
складна робота не тільки
in our
всередині,
favor.
а й
This is
назовні.
not
Я всіх закликаю з цим
external.
працювати
This is
на
also
різних своїх
very
рівнях,
much
де ви можете
internal.
вести цей
So
діалог.
do your thing at
Але
your own
чомусь мені
post, at your own
здається,
station.
що В цій роботі,
I'm
принаймні, те, що
calling
я
upon
побачила
you,
по нашій
but
робочій
what I
групі,
can
і
see
цього
from
отримала
our
велике
task
задоволення,
force, and I was
ми
very pleased
знаходимо
to
ту
register that.
справжню єдність.
We
Єдність не
have
через
the
збори,
unity,
а єдність через
not because
якусь
of
класну
the
спільну справу, яку ми робимо,
grievance
вже,
that
напевно,
we
навіть не так
share,
заради
but
себе,
because
як
of
заради
the
наших
mission.
дітей, бо, скоріше за все, вони
For
реально
posterity,
побачать ефект
most
цих реформ
likely they will
в
see the
деяких, принаймні,
light
сферах.
of
Але
the fruit
принаймні
of the
є
reforms,
заради
the
чого
light at the end
працювати.
of the
Я вам
tunnel.
дякую за увагу і дякую
Well,
всім своїм колегам, хто
I would like to thank all
довгі
my
ці місяці
colleagues
з нами
for
напрацьовував цю дорожню карту і
being
інші
with us, being there
представлені
for us with the
Європейській
roadmap.
комісії. Дякую.
Thank you.
Дуже дякуємо вам, пані Олено. По-перше,
Thank
за
you very
колосальну
much,
роботу з
Alana, for
координації,
your
підготовки
close
дорожньої
work and
карти з підтримки
coordination
функціонування демократичних
of this
інституцій.
roadmap, the democratic
Окремо кілька подяк за
institutions.
меседж єдності і миру до всіх
And
стейкхолдерів після їх
of
затвердження,
course, thank you
коли
for the
документи на
message
столі і
of
підписані.
unity when
І
all the
важливо
documents are
теж,
signed off.
що ми почули заклик, що можемо
And
виконати
we
додаткове домашнє
can
завдання
see that we can
і
do
виконати додаткові реформи, не передбачені
another
прямо
piece of
цими картами,
homework
а
and some
зробити це як
reforms
програму
which
максимум
do
для країни.
not really
Це дуже важливо.
immediately stem for
Шановні
the
друзі, у нас відповідно
commitments,
до
but
регламенту ми дуже добре
we
рухалися і залишилось буквально
we
кілька
have
хвилин для
been
запитань. Тож
quite
просимо охочих. Будь
observant
ласка,
when it
перша
comes to
рука
the
була.
timeline, but we still have saved a couple of
Тарас
minutes for
Шамайда,
the
рух Простір Свободи. Я,
Ashmeda
по-перше, хочу
space of
подякувати Олені
freedom
Сотник, яка дуже
movement. I
правильно
would
сказала
like
про
to
чорну
thank
кішку
Olena
методології, яка
discussing
дійсно є
this
ключовою проблемою, більшою,
this
ніж ті, що у нас
black cat
всередині.
methodology,
Хочу
which
також
is
поставити запитання про слона в кімнаті,
elephant in the room, and another
ми дуже
elephant in
помічаємо,
the
якось
same room
стараємося не обговорювати. От у
is
нас
something
можна
I would like to
обговорювати
mention
дуже
here.
хороші
We
рамки, дуже
can
хороші
discuss
дорожні карти і
great
дуже правильні навіть закони.
roadmaps
Серед
and
повноважень
laws for that
президента України
matter,
є така
but
штука в
one
Конституції
of
написана, як
the
підписання законів. І підписання не коли йому
powers
захочеться, так, а підписання впродовж
resting with the
15
president is
днів.
signing
Це
of
зафіксовано
the documents within
Конституцією.
15 days.
Я думаю, що всі,
And I
хто
think
займається
that
законодавством,
all the
реформами,
people
євроінтеграцією, чудово
who
знають, що
have to
президент
do with
України
reforms in
Володимир
litigation are
Зеленський
well aware that
має
President of
таку
Ukraine,
цікаву
Volodymyr
якби
Zelensky, has
звичку
this kind of
десятки
habit,
ухвалених
this
парламентом
habit,
законів не підписувати в
scores
встановлений термін,
of
а деякі не
the laws adopted
підписувати
by the parliament
взагалі.
are not signed off
Я думаю, що всі ми
time
чудово
at present,
розуміємо, що
some
це є
never.
абсолютно незаконна дія, яка спотворює правове поле, яка є,
Which
по суті, узурпацією
distorts,
влади. Тому що
and this is the
парламент,
usurpation
він
of
перетворюється в
powers.
таку, ну,
The
государственну думу
parliament
царської
is
Росії,
a
коли він може приймати
state
що
duma of the
завгодно,
Tsar
але якщо
Russia.
цар
You adopt whatever you want, but if it's not sanctioned by the Tsar, this law is not functioning. My question is the following.
пані Шуляк, як голова правлячої
Shuliak
групи, представниця парламенту.
is not longer here, but my question goes out not to her, but the representatives of the civil society. What should we do with the state and institutions, civil society, to draw attention to this problem? Because these are some horrible things that I'm telling you about. We don't have much time. Thank you very much for your question. 2 billion of hryvnias is the loss of the Ukrainian budget because Mr. Zelensky signed the excise law on tobacco not in November but in March. What should we do to explain to Mr. President that the laws should be signed in due time or the laws should be vetoed?
Дякуємо за ваше запитання. Кажуть, уже всі питання зразу. Я не знаю навіть.
Well, I'm told to let you ask all the questions at once. Over to the next questions, and we will try to answer. It will be easier for you to answer the questions. Max, go ahead, please. Everyone has got to do what he or she has got to do. We need to write Mr. President the letter, ask him to stick to the constitutional requirements, and this is the answer. Maxim Latsivo, Ukrainian Independent Center of Political Researches. Mr. Voitovich, the reform of the state governance is a key The key thing is the implementation of the new form of the development of the managerial decision. That's the law on public consultations. And I think this is the one that opens that black box, and it's not clear why the ministry offers this so that decision, because it says that there should be conducted the consultations with the stakeholders, and the concept is published on the website, and then proposals are considered or rejected, and you have report on that, and the process is launched. So you create it jointly. If the government, if the parliament modifies the penultimate provision, will the government stop application of this law? Because it says 1 year after the martial law is over, we will implement this key reform of the state governance. And some MPs told me the government tells, so I don't believe this. I believe in the Ukrainian government, and it does support the reforms. And Oleg, if the MPs now, if they say, yes, we're going to amend this, and in a month's time from now, the law begins functioning, even with the martial law on, we will hear our citizens. Are you ready? Do you support this idea? And a small question that goes out to the Central Electoral Committee, Alexander Kluzhev. It's a great pleasure to see you here, as you lobby the best electoral legislation. Thank you for that. Recently, there was a discussion which electoral system should be applied during the first after-war elections in Ukraine. And the head of the Electoral Committee of Ukraine, Odessa, wrote that the Central Electoral Committee can calculate only using the concealed electoral lists. Is it true? You are an advisor, you're not the head of the Central Electoral Committee. What's your perception? The very first post-war elections will be only with the help of hidden lists, electoral lists, or can really we stick to the current electoral system to elect the new parliament when the war is over? Thank you very much. Thank you, Maxim, for your questions. Let me start with the Central Electoral Committee, because I was quoting Timothy Snyder, and I saw another living legend was entering, Mr. Portnikov, and I think that I do support. Well, speaking about elections now, Maxim, this is well, whatever you say about elections, it all will be approximate. I do support the ideas for that legend wrote that the elections may happen 5 years later, or even into the 2030s. Let's talk about some other more important problems. Legislation. Well, the law is the framework. You probably know about it. And what is important is the package of bylaws, sub-laws, which make this law able to exist, able to function, which make, and only then it begins functioning, because the framework is accepted if there are no bylaws to support the law. This law is just a declaration that we'd like to regulate something, or willing to regulate something. So to answer the previous question about signing of laws and the laws and everything, I think you need to contact the president, address the president, because we cannot comment on his actions. I'm a civil servant, and I act according to the law on the civil service defined by the law on the civil service. We're not even a political appointee. And probably, yes, you can go and ask the prime minister, and then you'll have his answer. But how come that the laws quite often don't come into force right away, or are not implemented right away? When the governmental draft laws, especially, we coordinated the algorithm with the parliament that we submit the package of the sub-laws. But the law is taken to the parliament, goes to the power committee, is discussed, reading 1, reading number 2. And at the end, there's a law as a law, not a draft law, but as a law, with all the sub-laws have got to be thrown away because the law's philosophy has been modified. So what is important that this process be synchronized, the law, the adoption of the law and the bylaws adopted to implement this very law, thus enabling the law to be used right away the moment the day it's approved of. The public signed or approved. At the public consultations, probably you've spoken about this. We are the most transparent, I say. Public consultations. Let me give you an example. Several weeks ago, we received a request from a postal server, mail Catherine, give me all the structural departments of the Secretariat of the President. Who is Catherine? Where she's from? Then probably she's an AZK. I don't think she's an AZK agent. So imagine there are several dozens of people and we have to reply to this request because this is public information. Then we will be punished if we don't provide a Catherine from who knows who she is, and if we don't give her the information about the Secretariat of the Cabinet Ministers, we will be punished. This is the public consultation theme-wise. But the public consultations should always should have some boundaries because you cannot linger making this making a certain decision, turn it, because there'll always be somebody dissatisfied. In the first part, there was a representative of a non-governmental organization. He was talking about smoking ban and checks, you know, scheduled, unscheduled checks. 3 weeks ago, we met the business associations, the real representatives of real business, the European Business Association, the American Chamber of Trade and Commerce, and so on and so forth. So they are against checks and everything that. But on the other side, the general public would like to have those checks scheduled on schedule be restored. So I'm all for the public process of public consultations be regulated and defined. So what is the essence and what's got to be outcome of these public consultations? And I don't want it to become a tool when we don't make a decision but talk a lot, thus forgetting about what then we have to make a decision, not simply talk about making a decision. Thank you very much. You've actually answered 3 questions at once. You are a very professional answerer. Thank you very much. Thank you. I would like to tell you about the electoral system. My feelings about the electoral system, I do respect the role of the Ukrainian parliament in resolving of this problem. I do respect many years of the Venetian Commission's work and who say that it's those are the national parliaments who are responsible for that. And we need to respect the role of the parliament, and no matter what decision the parliament makes, organizing or contributing to the voting, we need to follow the decision made by the parliament. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alexander. Thank you very much for this clarification. Dear colleagues, as deputy head of the state secretary said that there's another speaker, Vitaly Portnikov, and I think we need to follow the agenda. What about our final words? You and Olena. Igor Baleshich, Olena objects. Only your final word as the head of the Center of the Political and Legal Reforms. As a panelist, a brief remark about Tarasa. This is a right question. Let's just occasionally make a public addresses to the president, reminding him of his duties. And we can also add that a law is waiting for 3 months for the president to be signed. There's this is something on the Constitutional Court. The Constitutional Court of Ukraine is not capable of functioning because there is no quorum, and the president for 3 months is not fulfilling his constitutional duty. It doesn't assign those who've been selected in all the institutions. The competition lasted for 1 year. and he's not signing it. So this is our role to remind the authorities that they need to deliver, and the voters should also pay attention as to when they elect politicians, if those politicians deliver on their promises and act according to the law. Number one. Number two, we've heard it a couple of times here. I would like to summarize by saying the following. When you do something for a long period of time, definitely sooner or later you will have a professional distortion, deformation, which is not always bad. This may be a good thing. To work in the Office of European Integration of the Cabinet of Ministers, they do have a positive deformation. Their task is to satisfy the requirements of the European Union and bring Ukraine to make Ukraine member of the EU. Naturally, they are making that path the shortest possible, the easiest way possible. So I'm aware of what they do and I'm supporting them. But the civil society, on the other hand, has got its own professional deformation. We want the reforms not to simply be ticked by Brussels. Done. We want to be living in the ambient of the reforms implemented. We want these reforms be functioning. So from time to time we dispute, argue, but this is a constructive dialogue, which is meant to create our mutual joint acceleration of the function, thus getting closer to the EU and improving of the living standards and the efficiency of the functioning of our institutions in our country. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Igor. Thank you very much, dear speakers, dear participants of the panel. Thank you very much those who have asked their questions and participated in the creation of the roadmaps and signed the roadmaps in due time. And we want that the negotiations begin as soon as possible and Ukraine win.
Рухаємося все-таки за таймінгом.
So we are not violating the schedule. This forum is the second in line, and we hope that this is going to be a good tradition to have another edition next year or sometimes in the future. You might have seen through the reforms to the stars, this is the allusion to a very well-known Latin proverb, through troubles to the stars. And in our Euro podcasts, we've mentioned that reforms are tough, and we get into the key note speech, democracy and war, how to match democracy and war, how can democratic countries win the war, and whether they have all the cards. For this, I'd like to invite here Ukrainian publicist, writer, journalist, laureate of the Shevchenko Prize, Vitaly Portnikov. Greetings, dear friends. Greetings, dear friends. It's a great pleasure of mine to be with you in this very audience during the times when we continue talking about the development of our country. No matter the challenges that we are facing over the recent years, no matter the ruins and that you can see on your way when you travel to this great center, no matter the news we get from the battlefield, no matter the news we got from the diplomatic forums that are happening not the way that are planned before, no matter the fact that right next to the Russian-Ukrainian war, there are new conflicts that can lead to the Third World War, and during which nuclear weapons may be used. But all these problems and challenges shouldn't get in our way of thinking about the future and be imagining how the future will be in the nearest tens of years. We are aware that 2050s of the 21st century, even according to the most optimistic forecasts, are the times of wars, conflicts, epidemics, and calamities. But during the times of war, conflicts, epidemics, and calamities and war, the humanity will survive and is trying to develop, to keep on developing, is trying to keep on going the paradigm which sooner or later helps, if not us, but our children and our grandchildren to create the world which will, at least for several dozens of years or hundreds of years until new ruining wars and conflicts will be comfortable place, so letting the world develop. And from this fair point of view, we need to be aware of quite a simple thing. Democracy is not just an abstract notion that is used exclusively to correct management of political and economical processes. Democracy is equality, first and foremost. Everybody is equal within the society where this very person exists. And it seems to me that understanding of this very fact, that you are equally responsible for what there's going on in your country, is that you have the right to elect the authorities and be part of that authorities, that you have a right to get education that everybody else in your country gets, that you have the right to really leave the country in case you think that you can be developing elsewhere, and you have the right to come back home. Democracy is not about this state. Democracy is about a human being, about his or her ability of speaking her own native language, about an ability of knowing his or her history and the ability of being part of one's own culture. And it may seem that this may be something abstract, that this is the way it should be, it's always been like this, but this is not true. I can imagine those times, I recall those times when the family of my grandfather or grandmother who used to live here in Kyiv, they couldn't settle in the uptown because there was the line separating those who could live, and they were the few Jews who actually, one of few Jews who were allowed to live in Kyiv. They were not allowed to live beyond the line because for the Jews, Kyiv was a closed city. They were not allowed to live here because of the laws that were back then in the Russian Empire. Officially, they were banned. Unofficially, the Ukrainian population was unofficially banned from living in Kyiv, so that's why the majority of the Ukrainians, majority of those who lived in Kyiv in 1917 were the Russians, and they supported the Chernosotency movement. It was banned, the city was banned for the Ukrainian population, ethnic Ukrainians. That's why you heard Russian in the streets and the Russian newspapers were published. It was officially banned for the Jewish people. I mean, the city of Kyiv was banned for the Jewish people. That's why my grandpa couldn't make it to the University of Saint Volodymyr, and I would have never entered the University of Ukrainian Kyiv University because only few Jews were allowed to enter university. And it all happened within a matter of 2 to 3 generations. Everything changed.
Not to mention contemporaries of my great-grandfather, Ukrainian peasants, could not leave the estates. They were serfs, and they could not elect neither in the 20th century, 19th century, no 20th century. They started getting passports in the 50s of the 20th century. They could not move freely. Even to reach the nearest district center, it was 60 to 70 years ago. It's not far away. Well, just how far have we gone, progressed to this territory? And now, in this war of Russia is trying to deny us the right to be a people. Ukrainians to have our own language, to have our own story, history, statecraft, political choice. Practically, they remind us all that we are the second-rate citizens. And if you feel like you are part of the democratic world, you cannot agree with that, cannot put up with it. If the world is for the strong, you can say you have no cards. Yes, the United States of America recently served as the leader of the democratic world, now have become a big country with a big armed forces, a big economy, nearly. And we know other countries with big economies and big armies who neglect the values, either disappear or just turn rogue. But this is the issue of who is going to be a leader. It does not depend on the United States, no Russia, no China. It depends on us, on how this war ends. Yes, Putin, Trump, or Xi might not understand it, but we have to realize that. And the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2014 destroyed the international order and the international law. The post-war, post-Second World War international law is never to be restored. We have the right of the strong and preparedness to make steps that might seem risky to others. We sacrifice lives of your compatriots and economic potential to reach economic political and other goals. The more the clarity you employ, the better your role in the future. But this is in the case if the democratic world does not try to establish the rules of the games, equality, observing the orders, respecting the people. And those ones can lose who opt for weaponizing everything, inclusive their economic potential, leading to disasters and wars in the world. Here are three options in the 20th or 30th of this century and this Russian-Ukrainian war. If this war concludes with the victory of Russia, if Russia demonstrates its ability to impose the will it's not just about Ukraine, mind, because from the point of view of the Russian state and the Russian people, all the other territories since 1991 being independent states have to come back, must come back to this big empire history served in the former borders of power, strength, flexing the muscle, and democracy will prove incapable of protecting the rights and the rights of those who want to exercise their freedom of choice. Russia will become the geopolitical dominating power. And this is about the life in the future, and this is European elections without European Russian banks. So will lead to presidential palaces and prime ministers, cabinet officers, those people who will make peace and deals with the Kremlin. That will be the disaster of the European Western elite as we know it, and from leftist, rightist, social democratic, conservative. And that is what I keep telling my colleagues, Western politicians. Don't help us for our sake. Help us for your own career's sake and for the posterity, for your children and grandchildren. Say, my granddad was President of France or Prime Minister of Italy, not a kind of loser that is now described in the neo-fascist literature as such. And that is, it is so if Russia succeeds. Let's imagine another situation. Let's say that the Western world will prove that we have the right to exist, that Russia has no right and no business changing the borders, and we become part of the world, restoring or building a new international law for everyone. That is, and it's still the unipolar world, not just unipolar with the first fiddle played by the US, but unipolar for the G7 democratic economies, the biggest in the world. That's the price of our victory, or at least preservation of the Ukrainian state and sovereignty. Preservation of Ukraine on the political map of the world as a sovereign state. And the third option, well, nothing ends in this territory and other territories. Middle East, Near East is more complex, I can promise you, and that will continue as unregulated, unruly settled wars. We know who is the beneficiary there. The Chinese people. Without China, it cannot happen. China buys natural resources from Russia, gas, natural gas, and oil, helps North Korea, helps Iran, so Russia and Iran take no heed of the Western sanctions. They nuke some right looking in the face of the world. And democracies will fight authoritarian regimes, sustained by the Chinese, and decline. These are the three options I wanted to discuss for the nearest 20 to 30 years. Which scenario would you choose? I would opt for the immediate victory, and victory will be democratic world, not for the sake of Ukraine, but for the sake of all of us. That's the price of our resistance, and that's the real price of democracy. From what happens there, at the front line, from ability of the Ukrainian people to survive, to resist, to protect their rights, the future image of Europe and the US stands. Because I am sure that the US will survive this backlash of ultra-leftist, not righteous comeback.
Дуже дякую пану Віталію.
Thank
Надзвичайно
you,
було приємно
Vitaly.
бачити сьогодні з
Thank
цієї
you.
сцени в тому числі
And it's
і
been a
такі
special
дуже
delight,
знакові і
special treat to
цікаві
have you for the
факти
discussion
з
of
історії, комусь
significant
більш відомі, комусь менш
landmarks
відомі.
of our
В нас
history.
залишилося буквально ще
We
кілька
have
важливих моментів.
a couple
Я зараз дуже прошу
important
технічну команду
points. I
вивести
would
на
like the technical team
QR-код.
to
Як ми,
present
власне,
the
почали з
QR
вами з
code
короткого
again as we
опитування,
started
маємо
with
ним і
this
завершити. Тому
call. We
дуже
should
прошу
conclude
за
with
тією
it.
ж схемою
So
його
please use
зісканувати і
this
пройти
the same
надзвичайно
procedure.
коротке
Please scan it
опитування,
and
буквально у 4
have
питання,
an
яке
exit
дозволить нам
poll,
якісніше готувати,
full
зокрема, змістовну
questions,
частину
and
наступних
that
наших
will help us
подій.
design the
Також я хочу
contents of
нагадати,
our
що цей захід
subsequent events
є
and
одним
activities.
із
This
на
is
шляху до
one
конференції з
of
питань
the most
відновлення України,
important
організований
stages on
Центром
our way
політико-правових реформ та
towards
коаліцією
URC reform.
реанімаційний
This
пакет
is
реформ у
reanimation
співпраці з
package and
Офісом віце-прем'єр-міністерки з питань
Center and
європейської та
Office of
євроатлантичної
Vice Prime
інтеграції
Minister,
України, міністерки юстиції України
Minister
та
of
Democracy
Justice
Reporting
and
International в
Democracy
межах
Reporting
реалізації
International
проекту Ukraine
with the
який
Ukraine
реалізується за фінансової підтримки
for the
Федерального
financial support
міністерства
of the
закордонних
Federal
справ
Ministry
Німеччини,
for Foreign
а
Affairs
думки
of
та погляди,
Germany,
які були
and
висловлені під
the
час цього
opinions
заходу,
expressed
не обов'язково
here
відображають їх
not
позицію.
necessarily
Також цей
coincide with
захід
the position
відбувається за
of these
інформаційної
sponsors.
підтримки медіа корисних
We
рішень
have
рубрика телеканалу
rubrica
Еспресо, та
Espresso
інтернет-видання
channel
«Детектор
and
Медіа».
internet
Слова подяки ми також висловлюємо
outlets,
Європейському
Media,
хабу, який
and
стає
the European
майданчиком
Hub
для таких
serves
активних
as an excellent
обговорень і
venue.
дискусій.
I would
Дякую
like
вам
to
усім
thank
за
them again and
присутність
all of you
наживо
for your
та онлайн,
presence
за те динамічне
in person
обговорення, яке ви
online, for the
створили,
dynamic discussion that
зокрема
we
ставлячи
had,
свої надзвичайно
and
актуальні питання.
your
Я
topical
закликаю усіх вас
of
залишатися на
questions.
зв'язку із
Stay
Центром політико-правових реформ,
put, stay
коаліцією
with the
реанімаційний
Center, with
пакет
the
реформ,
coalition,
слідкувати за нашими
and for
оновленнями і,
our
звісно,
updates,
користатися з можливості
and
поспілкуватися
use
з
the
колегами, можливо, з
opportunity
кимось
to talk to the
запартнеритися
colleagues,
за
perhaps
кавою. З вами була Вікторія
make
Новак.
partners
Бажаю вам
someday.
мирного дня.
Victoria Novak, have a great one.